Friday night in the summertime in New York. Everybody's getting out of town. Best way to go might be to fly above the traffic. Out to Citi Field, where the visitors are really from out of town. First time the Kansas City Royals have ever made their way to Citi Field, and their first time in Flushing since 2002. So some old acquaintances being renewed, including a couple of guys from Jacksonville. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Kansas City Royals. Friday Night Baseball is presented by Time Warner Cable. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Ron Darling and Keith Hernandez join me in just a moment as the Mets open a 3-game series against the Kansas City Royals, a team the Mets have only played 6 games against in their history. Some news for the Mets bullpen, not good. Bobby Parnell, who sat out the last 2 days with a stiff neck, will probably miss the rest of the weekend. He'll be reevaluated on Monday. Even worse, Josh Edgin, the left-hander who had pitched so well since returning from the minor leagues, is out probably for the season with a fractured rib. The interesting news on that front, to replace Edgin on the roster, the Mets are calling up Pedro Feliciano, who last threw a pitch in the major leagues in 2010 as a Met, and he is back in a Mets uniform tonight. Now, the opponent for tonight is the Kansas City Royals. Last time the Mets faced them was 2004. Here's what the Royals have done recently. They've won 9 games in a row. They're the hottest team in baseball. They were 9 games under 500 in early June. They're 31-19 since then. And Keith, really the turnaround dates to when they had a Hall of Famer put in his 2 cents.
Well, George Brett came out from the upper levels of management, put the uniform back on. That was around the 1st of June. They had a terrific June, went 16-11 with him. And then last month they went 15-10. So they're on a tear right now. This is a team that doesn't score a lot of runs. They're last in home runs. They're middle, 12th in runs scored, 8th in hitting. But they play terrific defense. They're solid, rely on their pitching, and they have a lot of speed. They're second in stolen bases in the American League.
One problem for the Royals in this series, their best offensive player, Billy Butler, their designated hitter, will not play this weekend, at least not as a starting player. What has carried the Royals, though, throughout the season has been their pitching. James Shields at the head of the rotation, and everybody else has fallen in behind him.
Well, it's interesting, Gary. They decided to go with a lot of veterans to try to do the job. Guys like Jeremy Guthrie, Irvin Santana, Bruce Chen, and aforementioned James Shields has done an amazing job. Over the 9-game stretch, the starters' ERA was 1.67. They only gave up 14 runs as a team.
Now, the weak link in the Royals' rotation this year has been Wade Davis, who came over with Shields from Tampa Bay. He had been awful until his last start.
Well, his last start, though, he was great. 7 1/3 shutout innings. He's a guy that you don't understand how he doesn't win more consistently. 95+ with a good hammer.
On the other side for the Mets, Dylan Gee, who had been really riding high until his last start in Washington.
Davis with a great start. His last start, Gee would not. And it was the home run ball again that got Dylan Gee. This might be a perfect fit for him, a team that does not hit a lot of home runs.
So it's the Mets and Royals playing for the first time since Carlos Beltran was a Royal. It's the Mets and Royals, all the action tonight on SNY. Is brought to you by Time Warner Cable. Watch more sports on more devices in the house than anyone else. Call 1-800-TW-CABLE. Time Warner Cable. Enjoy sports better. By Parts Authority Auto Parts Superstores, where the answer is always yes. By Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. By Astoria Federal Savings. And by Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Let's go places. MLB.com at Bat is celebrating 5 years as your #1 mobile app for live baseball. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At Bat delivers Mets baseball with live audio, stats, highlights, and more. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Mets.com for details. Driver on the Majors presented by Acura. Yu Darvish, impressive again. No walks, 14 strikeouts, and 7 shutout innings. Texas beats Arizona last night 7-1. The Red Sox were down 7-2 when they came to bat in the bottom of the ninth. Scored 6. Daniel Nava with a walk-off hit as Boston stuns Seattle. And the Cardinals finally get a victory in that 5-game series against Pittsburgh with a 13-0 win last night. Dylan G hydrating on his way in from the bullpen. First pitch from G coming right up. And bench coaches just breaking up and not quite breaking up. It's the Royals' first visit to Citi Field, so the home plate umpire Jim Joyce doing overtime with Chino Katahia, who is Ned Yost's bench coach, to go over the ground rules at Citi Field.
Interesting that responsibility goes to Katahia, the bench coach. I think Ned Yost would be out there, but I figure already the bench coach is the assistant, is the aide de camp.
But if you're the manager and you haven't been here, this will be the first time you'd be out there.
I would think.
Ned's last year in Milwaukee was 2008, so he has not been.
He has not. No.
He's spent 6 years as the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers, so he's certainly familiar with the National League. But the last time he managed in Flushing, it was in the parking lot.
This is serious talk about the ground rules.
Here's your Hyundai starting lineup for the Royals. Conspicuous by his absence, Billy Butler, who was an all-star last year for the Royals. He's their DH. He will not play, or at least not start, the 3 games in this series. Eric Hosmer, Alex Gordon, and Mike Moustakas were all top 3 picks in the draft, and the Royals starting to get the benefit of all those seasons where they had high draft picks, as Kansas City comes to Citi Field for the first time and faces off against Dillon Gee.
You know, it's mentioning in the open, as you see the Jaguar numbers on Dillon Gee, that the home run ball has really hurt him, and that's why he has pitched better in this big ballpark at Citi Field. His last 15 starts here, going back to next year, 12 of them, he's given up 2 runs or fewer.
And we'll take a look at the Lexus Metropolitan defense. Well, that's a lot of errors they've made, but Lagares in center field, he's become the fixture out there now, and he just continues to impress with his glove. Everybody, it's the same cast of characters. This has been basically your starting lineup, and there's Juan right there. He has really come to the top of the food chain. He's earned it.
The difference tonight, a little change in batting order. Lagares is going to move up to the 2-hole. Murphy hit number 5 and Davis 7, as Terry Collins was pretty candid about his team's inability to drive in runs after the game yesterday in Miami, and I thought maybe a little excessively so, and we can get into that as we go through the game. But he wanted to change up that lineup a little bit and get Murphy, who's been driving in runs, into the 5-hole. Alex Gordon will lead off. Gordon, the left fielder, at 29 years of age, is the oldest player in the Kansas City lineup tonight. Gives you an idea just what a young team they have. Gordon was an all-star for the first time this year. Hitting at .274, and on a perfect night at Citi Field, Dillon Gee set to start. First pitch is hit out to left center field, and Lagares edges over and gives way to Young, who catches it for the first out. So 1 pitch, and Gee gets Gordon on a fly ball to left. And here is Eric Hosmer, the first baseman. Hosmer just 23 years old, and his bat has really come alive over the last couple of months. Might have been the greatest beneficiary of the teaching of George Brett when Brett arrived on the scene in late May.
Had a terrific rookie season in 2011. Last year he slumped back to .232. So this was the #1 draft pick, am I correct, Gary?
Well, he was the number 3 overall pick in 2008. Gordon was the number 2 overall pick in 2005, and Mike Moustakas, their cleanup hitter, was the number 2 overall pick in 2007. That's 3 top 3 draft picks in the first 4 batters in their lineup. Little tapper back to Gee. Has plenty of time after knocking it down, and throws out Hosmer. So a good changeup by Gee results in that comebacker, and quickly there are 2 out. Well, the loudest voice in the major leagues, Jim Joyce, is calling the balls and strikes today. Jeff Nelson works at first, Jim Wolf at second, Mike Estabrook at third. I don't think we've had this crew all year.
This is one of the best crews you're going to have. All of them very capable umpires.
Here's Salvador Perez, the 23-year-old Venezuelan catcher who went to the All-Star game for the first time this year. In fact, he became the first Royal to get a hit in the All-Star game since Bo Jackson's monumental home run back in 1989.
I don't think you'll remember that, though, because he was the catcher when Mariano Rivera pitched his inning.
So he had quite an all-star game. He lays off the slider, and it's a ball and a strike to Perez. Perez, the number 3 hitter, with Butler out of the lineup. Butler normally hits 3rd or 4th, so Ned Yost has had to move things around. And Perez fouls off the breaking ball, and it's 1-2.
I think the one thing that's unique when you talk about, there you go, Billy Butler on the bench right there in front with the tobacco juice. The one thing that when you talk about the Royals is that this is not that different. They're going to stay in the same hotel they stay at when they play the Yankees.
Gee with a very efficient first inning. An 8-pitch inning for Gee. Mets come to bat at the bottom of the first. No score. As we mentioned, a little different look with Lagares hitting second for only the second time. Murphy slides down to the 5-hole for only the third time this year as the Mets face Wade Davis.
Wade Davis had his best years in 2010 and 11 with Tampa Bay when he won 12 and 11 games respectively.
Last year, the Rays put him in the bullpen, and he had a very effective year relieving for Tampa Bay. Eric Young takes a strike.
Yeah, he had 54 games in relief and solely in relief last year, an ERA of 2.43. He had a terrific year.
The lowest whip of his career, 1.095. Back in the rotation this year after coming over in the trade along with James Shields that sent Will Myers to Tampa Bay, but it has not gone well. Davis, a very good start against the White Sox his last time up, matched up against Chris Sale and beat Chicago 1-0. Young bounces one foul, but the 16 starts before that, Davis was 2-9 with a 6.64 ERA.
Curveball there from Davis. He told me, Gary, that his last start, 24 of his first 25 pitches were fastballs.
Young went just 3 for 17 in the series in Miami. And another breaking ball misses. A ball and 2 strikes.
Well, Young has had his problems of late. A little bit of a struggle facing more right-handers. He's had to hit left-handed more. That's his weak side.
And the fastball taken high, 2-2.
And I watched Salvador Perez behind the plate. It reminds me a lot of Sandy Alomar Jr. Same kind of catcher. Very, very tall, a big athlete, and a little higher target. You got to aim at his shin pads, or you're going to be in trouble.
And after getting ahead 2 strikes, Davis goes to a full count. He has averaged 4 walks per 9 innings this year, which is high for him.
Striking out people, though.
Yes, he is. I would always look for walks to innings pitched. 47 walks, 104 innings. I always like to see that on a pitcher's stat.
3-2 to Young, and he fouls one off Perez and back.
And there's the Coors Light Royals defense, and there's the 2-time Gold Glover out there, Alex Gordon, and left. But this is a solid defensive team right here, and they rely on that and good pitching and just an outstanding bullpen.
They're missing their regular second baseman Chris Getz. He's on the DL.
One of their best outfielders not in the lineup tonight.
And that's Lorenzo Cain, who came back and made a home run saving catch last night after a few days off. Well, Young with an extended at bat here against Wade Davis to start the first inning. During their 9-game winning streak, the Royals staff ERA is 1.50.
Well, that'll do it.
So they've been getting great pitching every day. It's their longest winning streak since 2003. Their longer winning streak, their last longer winning streak was 1994. So they're doing things that the Royals haven't done in some time. 9th pitch to Young, and he hits it a pop up on the left side of the infield. And Alcides Escobar, the shortstop, takes care of it for the first out. This is what they've done during their winning streak. They're not overwhelming people with their offense, 4.7 runs per game. But the pitching's been outrageous.
Starter and bullpen, 84 innings in this 9-game winning streak for them so far. They've given up 14 runs.
I'll take Gary. I'll take 4.7 runs a game. It'll give me a good pitching staff. You're going to win.
I'm just saying, 9-game winning streak. You expect you're going to have, some big numbers.
Differential too.
Here's Juan Lagares hitting at 275. He seems to be getting better and better by the day. Had another 2-hit game yesterday, including a triple to right center.
And I like him. His second time, as Gary said earlier, in the 2-hole. And I like Juan in the 2-hole because he goes the other way naturally. Now, I don't know if he can hit and run. He does chase a lot of pitches, and Terry Collins doesn't really put a lot of hit and runs on. This Met team doesn't hit and run. But I like Murph down in the order a little bit. See if Murphy's comfortable hitting in an RBI spot.
Davis ahead 0-2, his second straight batter, and Lagares, as he's been doing so often, takes the 2-strike pitch the other way. They'll settle for a single as David Lowe gets it in quickly, and the Mets have their first base runner.
Well, as I said, he goes the other way. Well, it's an inside out. That ball's up, middle, inside corner, maybe a little bit of plate. Watch the inside out. That is, he stayed nice and level on that high pitch.
He almost hit that ball behind him.
That was called an emergency swing right there. And there's his right field hits. You can see. So really from center field over, the majority of his hits, 28, up the middle to the right side of the field.
So 1 out and 1 on to David Wright. David has a 5-game hitting streak going. 124 hits now. That's 5th in the National League. Davis with that deep bend a la Mike Messina. And he comes up and in to right.
Well, you're seeing right now a real hard thrower here, and guy that walks a lot of good stuff, but I think doesn't have command.
He should be better with the stuff he has.
Ooh, where's that one?
2-0 to David.
David way deep in the box. We'll skip that. Come back to that one later. David's almost out of the box.
Davis behind 2-0, and Wright drives one to deep left field. Back goes Gordon to the warning track. Back at the wall. It's out of here. David Wright with a 2-run homer to open the festivities tonight. Number 16 for Wright, and the Mets jump out to a 2-0 first inning lead. Home run number 220 in his career, and that ties Mike Piazza for second on the Mets all-time list behind Darryl Strawberry.
Down and in fastball. And that's a good fastball. That's just turning.
That's falling in love with the game plan. They probably came on the game plan, pitch him in, but you cannot pitch him in if you throw 2 balls in the same spot. He's going to be looking there.
So Wright gets the Mets off to a fast start, and now Marlon Byrd, and he takes a strike.
Oh, like Dutch Renner, right? They're shades of Dutch Renner.
Fantastic.
Jim Joyce with the loud call.
5 of Wright's 16 home runs now have come in the first inning this year.
Well, this is an overhead view, and you will see the pitch is in, but it's not up and in. It's down and in. And David didn't quite get in enough. Had a little bit of the white of the plate. And then David just turned on it.
Well, we talk all the time, Keith, about hitters knowing counts, knowing situations where they can't turn on a ball. Is that one where he's looking for that pitch?
Well, we don't know what's
it out of the park.
We don't dare presume.
Byrd hits one well out to right field. Lowe got turned around but finds it and makes the catch. David Lowe, the rookie, a little pirouette, but the catch for the second out.
I really think David now at this stage of his career, remember when he came up, his power was to right center field at Old Shea. Now this ballpark, that took right center field away from David. So David's become more of a pull hitter, middle in hitter. And then we know when you're ahead in the count, you can look in. You want to know count? I'm looking for something middle in. If I don't get it, so what? If it's outside corner for a strike, it's 1-1.
But I guess my question is, in that situation, if you're a home run hitter, which, you know, David is not a 40 home run hitter, but he's a guy who can hit home runs. Do you think about trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark on a 2-0 count and look in a certain spot?
Well, you can area hit. And I area hit it, and I always feel I can cover 3/4 of the plate. Particularly against a left-hander, because I stood on top. Now, a right-hander, I feel I can cover all the plate if I went up the middle. But I'm looking middle in, and you got to take the outside quarter of the plate, because you're set up inside. You're just going to roll over a ground ball on that pitch that's on the outer quarter of the plate. So you're looking specifically in a zone. Doesn't have to be elevation-wise, high or low. It's middle in. If I get it, I'm ready to turn on it.
3-0 to Murphy, and he takes a strike. Well, Firestone brings you the Mets' all-time home run leaders. Firestone Complete Auto Care Extra Mile. And you see right now tied with Piazza for second on the list. 32 to go to catch Strawberry. Murphy lifts one foul, and it's 3-2.
There's a couple of things. Pitching 101 here at Citi Field. If you throw 2 balls inside that both miss, the batter's eye is on tunnel vision where that ball came out of the chute. Second, if you miss with 2 pitches, this is Citi Field. You have to go outside and use the big part of the ballpark.
So you're saying if you miss with those 2 pitches and you're pitching at Yankee Stadium, you might do it differently because you might be able to flip one out to right?
No, because even outside, you're thinking that he's going to be thinking pull, which gets you still to center field, which is pretty vast in Yankee Stadium. But yeah, you could think that. I just think that when a hitter feels a ball in, feels another ball in, and if the next pitch is in the same place, of course they're going to hit that ball hard.
3-2 from Davis, and Murphy slaps one to third. Moustakas plays the hop. And a close play at first, but it gets Murphy by a stride to end the inning. Mets get out to a fast start on David Wright, 16th home run of the year. A 2-run shot for Wright puts the Mets out to a 2-0 lead after 1. Who is the Royals all-time wins leader? I got 2.
I got a guess.
I got 2 guesses. I'm not sure which one's right.
One's right-handed, one's left-handed.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. Right with you. 70s and 80s guys.
Right.
Okay.
Mike Moustakas leads off in the second inning. Dylan Cease take to a 2-0 lead, and Moustakas takes ball 1. Mike Moustakas, 24 years old. Chatworth, California. Got off to a really slow start this year. Hits the ball sharply, and Murphy able to snag it behind him and throws him out. Murphy looked at one point as though he had given up on that ball and then made the lunge and was able to make a terrific play to get Moustakas.
Just something looked peculiar here, didn't it, Gary? It just there. Oh boy, he had to finally reach for it.
I think maybe he took a bad step.
Yes.
Or bad step or a bad hop. Well, couldn't have taken a bad hop in the air. Maybe he, you know, sometimes you try to time when you're going to get there, and he wasn't sure he was going to get there at the end.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now David Lowe, the right fielder. And he pops one foul. Lowe came up in the middle of May, having himself a fine rookie season, hitting it even 300. Another first-round pick by the Royals back in, 11th round pick back in 2007. Alcides Escobar, the on-deck batter. G's been very efficient early in this game, getting quick outs, but that's really his norm. If you look at the numbers, G has thrown fewer pitches per plate appearance than any pitcher in the major leagues, 3.42. So he is, when he's going well, getting quick outs. And he gets a pop up here to Quintanilla, And quickly there were 2 away. So 5 batters, 13 pitches thrown by Dylan Gee.
It's a nice sequence there. Curveball for a strike and came with the changeup. You know, you can tell right away that Dylan's on his game because he's not overthrowing. He's very relaxed. It's he's just hitting the corners.
Of course, it was 2 starts back that he took a no-hitter into the 7th inning. Then that last start in Washington had the home run trouble, giving up 3 long balls to Ian Desmond, Denard Span, and Bryce Harper. Here's the former Milwaukee Brewer, Alcides Escobar, and he tries to bunt his way on and bunts it foul.
I was surprised when that trade came around. I thought this young kid was going to be a star, and they traded for Yuniesky Betancourt, who was older than Escobar.
He went in the Zach Greinke trade when Greinke went to Milwaukee, and of course the Brewers have subsequently picked up their shortstop for years to come in another Zach Greinke trade when they got Gene Segura. Slider off the plate from G, and it's 1-1. This is a very aggressive Kansas City team, more aggressive than most teams that don't hit a lot of home runs. They don't draw many walks. They don't strike out very much. They don't hit home runs. They do put the ball in play, and they do steal a lot of bases when they get on. Edward Raffol is now the hitting coach. He was the assistant to George Brett when Brett sat in that chair for a couple of months. Little flare out to the right side. Murphy back, and diving is Bird, and he made the catch. Bird flying, and he takes a base hit away from Escobar to end the inning. Spectacular catch for Marlin. Who knew a bird could fly? 2-0 Mets in the second. John Buck leads off the home second inning. Still on hold. His wife is due any moment.
Not cooperating.
Little tapper, and Escobar, the shortstop, throws him out. On the contrary, he's cooperating quite fine. His wife's instructions were, make sure you get home before I have the baby. Here they are.
Well, here's the catch by Marlin to end the last inning. And look at the break. 35 years old, can still fly. That's a heck of a play.
quite a few cheers as Ike Davis's name was announced to the crowd just now, which is interesting. It's almost as though the crowd is providing encouragement now for Ike, trying to get him going in the right direction. He had a very frustrating day yesterday.
He got one more homestand kind of clapped.
Something like that. One and one Davis with Omar Quintanilla on deck.
Well, this, if I can lay off the breaking ball, the hard breaking ball down and out of the strike zone, this is a good matchup for him. It's a power pitcher. Guy throws hard.
And Davis lines one into right center for a base hit. So the Mets have their third hit off Wade Davis. I want to go back to something I said earlier. Terry Collins was bemoaning after the game that the Mets have not been driving in runs this year. When you look at that base hit for Davis, the Mets team batting average overall is .237, second from the bottom in the National League. Their batting average with runners in scoring position is .241, 4 points higher. Also take this into account. The Mets are 12th in the league in on-base percentage, 14th in the league in slugging percentage, 10th in the league in home runs, but they're 6th in the league in runs scored. So I would argue that the Mets have actually been more productive with what they have in their lineup than you would expect.
You could say they're maxing out, to tell you the truth, with those numbers.
So it's not necessarily that they're not producing. It's mostly that their offense is not great, but they're getting as much as they can out of what they've got.
I think that there was, for Terry, now I'm going to be speaking for him, in listening to him, I thought there was some frustration. And Harvey continues to pitch well, doesn't get any support, and I think there was some anger there when he had to do his post-game speech. And that happens.
Well, one thing the Mets, from the negative side, is that they strike out too much. They're 13th. And you don't put the ball in play, it's just nothing can happen. Nothing else can happen. You go sit down and grab some pine.
But you can make the argument yesterday they probably should have scored 4 or 5 runs.
I mean, they had some misfortune yesterday. I mean, Marisnick made a great catch on Bird's ball. Quintanilla hit a bullet right at the first baseman with a runner at third. I mean, that stuff happens. But the Mets have been able to work counts. That's what they do. They strike out a lot, but they also walk a lot. They're third in the league in walks, but they don't get enough hits overall. And for what they are, they've actually done awfully well offensively. To be 6th in the league in runs scored, I think, is a surprise for this team. Taken high by Quintanilla, and it's 3-1. Wow. Reflecting off the windows out in right center field.
That's always late in the season. You're deep into the summer when the sun is in position to get that reflection. I believe that's the front office over there.
Davis behind 3-1, and Quintanilla fouls off the fastball.
What is the rule, Ronnie? Davis, when he takes his stretch, begins his stretch, he moves his shoulder over and gives a big look to first base.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want to do, but if you do the same thing every time, you're fine. But you can do anything you want to do before you get to the stretch if it's the same every time. He takes a look and he comes up, he does the same thing. That's allowed.
Now he can't move his shoulder now.
Yeah.
Davis is running and Quintanilla fouls it off. So Ike was going on the 3-2 pitch with 1 out.
I just think that might be an attractive thing to do. I know Mike Messina did it, and that's when he would kind of just try to get his mind clear and concentrate on making the pitch. That's a lot of energy to put into each and every pitch that you're going to throw if you're a guy that's going to be out there 7, 8, 9 innings.
Ike runs again, and Quintanilla hits another foul ball. Now, my question, I guess, is what is the purpose of it? I mean, he's getting that look at first base, but what does that give him that he wouldn't have if he took a more conventional stretch?
Yeah, I don't know what it gives him. I think that a lot of pitchers work on their stretch in different ways, and maybe early in his career he couldn't hold anyone on. Maybe that was a way to get a better look at the runner at first. Who knows? But it's a lot of movement if you're going to do it
100 times a night. Or maybe 50 times a night. Check that.
8th pitch of the at bat coming to Quintanilla. Davis not going this time, and it goes through the hole for a base hit. And Davis will have to stop at second. Interesting that Davis was running the first 2 3-2 pitches, not that time. Otherwise, he might be at third base.
Nice at bat by Quintanilla, who's been struggling. Fouled off a lot of fastballs and finally got himself a breaking ball down, but over the middle.
Beyond the reach of Hosmer, the first baseman.
It's the American League club having to have a team meeting with the pitcher up in a bunt situation. Hilarious.
Dylan G has 4 hits, 5 sacrifices this year. He leads the ball club in sacrifices. Mets have not been doing a great job of bunting this year. They were a much better bunting team last year.
Dylan G is one of the better ones, though. You know, R.A. Dickey was spot on all year last year, so.
See how the Royals play the bunt. They show the wheel, but then play straight up.
Oh boy, they got confused.
Strike.
So they got confused. I think the shortstop, Escobar, that was a deke, really.
Yeah, it was a deke.
The old Bobby Valentine fake wheel.
Yep.
Haven't seen that in a long time.
A lot of times you can do the pickoff there. Shortstop breaks, but the second baseman that you can see, Johnson, is nowhere in no position.
It's always difficult when you have a slug guy at second base like the Mets do in Davis.
And you know what? Who this confuses most of the time? Not the runners. The pitcher at the bat. He doesn't know whether to swing, whether to bunt. He should have bunted there. Sorry, he should have swung away there, and he tried to bunt.
Well, Johnson, at second baseman, is really vacating his position early. You cannot vacate that position. It's kind of a lazy way to get over there. He kind of gets an early start. You can kind of shade a little bit, but you got to cover in case the pitcher swings. You can't leave that whole right side of the infield open. There he goes now. He's already starting.
This time they fake the wheel, and Dylan takes a swing and breaks his bat as he fouls it off.
And it was the right idea.
You're right, Keith. That's just a lazy play. Second basemen are taught you come towards the hitter, and then you go to first base. You just don't vacate the area. I like this play by Dylan.
Now watch Johnson right here. See, that's lazy. Look what's open here. I don't blame Dylan for shooting for it. You got to stay here and hold it, bust your butt over to first base.
And Dylan goes down swinging. So that's the first strikeout for Wade Davis. So G not able to get the bunt down.
I was saying about R.A. Tough to take that bunt out of the lineup, you know.
Well, he can hit too. Not getting a chance to do that anymore up in Toronto. So 2 out and 2 on for Eric Young, who popped to short his first time up. Wade Davis, 27 years old, grew up in Lake Wales, Florida. Now makes his home in exurban New York. He's up in Ulster County, lives in Marlborough, New York.
Who's that, like on the way to Woodstock?
If you go up like Dutchess County, Wappingers Falls up there, go across the Hudson, that's where Ulster County is.
Very nice.
Young takes a strike, and it's 1-1. A lot of horses.
A lot of horses there.
By the way, Dickey is hitting .333 this year. He's 2 for 6 with no sacrifice. Young bounces one down to first, and foul ball. 1-2 to Eric. A lot of those were sold over the last couple of years.
What a year he had last year. More of a struggle this year in the American League East.
Not just him, that whole team. How about Josh Johnson and the year he's had?
ERA over 6 now, right?
Who would have ever thought that?
Yep. It always seems those last place teams find Jose Reyes, don't they?
Ouch. Davis at second, Quintanilla at first with 2 out. Davis ahead 1-2, and Young takes just off the plate. Davis thought he had it and looks very perturbed. 2-2. There is Toronto at the bottom of the American League East.
You know, talking about winning streaks, you know, the Royals here 9 straight. Toronto, despite that record, they won 8 straight at some point.
They won 11 straight.
11 straight.
They had the longest winning streak in the majors this year. They had an 11-game streak. The Braves had a 10, and Kansas City now with a 9. And Young goes down on strikes. Good slider by Davis to get him. Back-to-back strikeouts for Davis to get out of second inning trouble. Mets take a 2-0 lead into the third at Citi Field. Town, city emptying out. Folks heading east, north, west.
South.
Lots of seats to be had in good restaurants. Elliott Johnson leads off in the third inning. Johnson, the former Tampa Bay Ray, came over in the trade with James Shields and Wade Davis for Will Myers in the offseason. Johnson hitting just .199, a switch hitter. And takes outside from G. First time G's been behind in the count tonight. In fact, it's his first 2-ball count of the night.
Elliott Johnson was the player to be named later in that deal.
G was very sharp through the first 2 innings, having trouble finding the strike zone.
Against left-hand hitters, G can get up and away with them, Ronnie, with his fastball.
Drops that arm angle just a little bit.
Well, the lefties are hitting .316 against Dillon. Righties .240, and that number from the left side has actually come down as his changeup has improved as the season has progressed. And he walks Johnson leading off the third. So the first walk given up by G. In fact, the first base runner for the Royals tonight. Run the bases at Citi Field this Sunday following the afternoon game against the Royals with the Mr. Met Dash for all kids 12 and under, presented by Banana Boat. For tickets, visit Mets.com or call 718-507-TIXX. Gerard Dyson, the center fielder tonight, he's had only 95 at bats for the Royals. He's been a part-time player for them for 4 years now.
He's another one of those speedsters, close play at first. In those 95 at bats, he's got 16 stolen bases.
Well, look at that lead.
Oh, he was on his horse.
Did you see that lean? The 45-degree angle towards second base.
Johnson has 12 steals, and he has not been caught. The Royals as a team have 82 steals, only 18 caught, so they've been successful 82% of the time. And he almost fell off the bag that time.
Interesting, David Wright in very, very tight on the third base side in anticipation of a possible drag bunt.
Saw the numbers on Dillon. 8 steals and 10 tries against him this year. Stolen base is a big part of the Royals' offensive game, and they will run it every opportunity.
Well, they've got a very big ballpark. They got to play 81 home games in.
Pitcher Davis on deck. Well, they're last in the American League in home runs, 69 home runs this year. Only 2 teams in the majors have fewer home runs, the Marlins and the Giants. There's a good changeup by G. 0-2 to Dyson.
Well, that is his best pitch, his best weapon against left-handers is that changeup. Beautiful rotation, working away from the left-hander and down.
When he was struggling earlier in the season, that changeup was getting hit and hit hard because it was up. Not anymore. And Dyson down on strikes. That's the first down of the inning. Second strikeout for G.
Basic pitching. You throw one for a strike, and if he swings at it, then you bottom one out. Beautiful placement by G.
So 1 out and 1 on. Now the pitcher Wade Davis, who's 0 for 3 this year, 2 for 8 in his career. And we'll see if he can bunt. We were talking about the changeup and the difference since May 30th when he had that game against the Yankees and really turned the season around. Look at that. Against the changeup, they're hitting just 146.
And I would argue his batting average against that changeup before then was higher because he was throwing it too much. He's not showing it as much now.
The number since May 30th, he's throwing at 16%. Before that, 22%.
There we go.
22% is a lot to throw your changeup if you're a 4-pitch pitcher.
The more changeups you throw, the less that you've changed up on your fastball. So, you know, you're almost seeing it 1 changeup for every 2 fastballs.
Nice.
Davis gets the bunt down, and G's played at first. 1-4 on the sacrifice, moving Johnson to second.
Go figure. The American League pitcher gets the ball down. Guy probably hasn't attempted a bunt in about 3 years. Going with the backwards feeling there to cushion it.
Well, they say catch it on your bat, right?
Kind of a lukewarm high five in the American League. They don't really go. National League, they'll give you some high fives, but not in the American League.
They're not accustomed to the high five for the pitcher sacrifice.
Like, what are you guys getting up for? Well, we've got to high five the pitcher if he gets the bunt down.
Here's Alex Gordon, who flied to left on the first pitch of the game from G. And again, first pitch swinging and grounds one foul. Gordon was moved to the leadoff spot this year, and it's paid off for him. It's not the first change he's made in his career. He came up as a third baseman, very highly touted prospect, and struggled for 3 years. A couple of years ago, they moved to left field. He's become a Gold Glover out there, and his offense has taken off as well.
And you talked about no home runs. He is a doubles machine, as you see there. He had 51 in 1 season.
Johnson at second and 2 out, and Gordon lays off the changeup. 1-1.
One thing Dillon hasn't done against the lefties, Keith, and I always think it's one of the Achilles heel that sometimes he just forgets about, is inside to the left-handers.
Yes,
you got to get in there.
He does. If you're going to approach a left-hand hitter, approach G, you can approach him outer 3/4 of the plate.
We remember that game at Yankee Stadium when he kind of turned the season around. He did it by pitching inside against the lefties.
I think it's not that he doesn't want to. I think sometimes because of his strength, which is a running fastball away, the changeup away, and the backdoor curveball, he forgets how important those pitches need to be set up with the fastball in.
I think a lot of pitchers get comfortable. They figure they can't get hurt away, and it's their zone where they feel most comfortable throwing a good strike.
1-2 to Gordon.
There it is.
Upstairs. 2-2.
See, trying to come in, but that pitch for a left-handed hitter, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, is not effective at all. Ball wasn't in, was up, and you don't even consider that he'll double up in.
Johnson at second and 2 out. 2-2 to Gordon, and he fouls off the changeup.
Gordon has a little bit of a Carlos Gonzalez kind of swing, you know, kind of a Chris Davis kind of swing. Very long. I mean, Cargo swing is about as pretty as it gets, but doesn't look like they're putting a lot of power into it, but they are.
There goes the runner, and it's fouled off the fist. Johnson taken off for third. Not quite sure why you'd do that.
It's a good way to pad your stolen bases.
That's kind of a
right.
Yep. Really not necessary. You're already in scoring position. You certainly don't want to, as a hitter, you know, don't steal with 2 strikes. I'm up here trying to focus.
Seventh pitch of the at bat from G to Gordon. Change up outside, 3-2. Eric Hosmer, another left-hand hitter, waiting on deck for the Royals.
Wouldn't be a bad time for that backdoor curveball, by the way.
Yep.
He's throwing a lot of changeups, a couple of fastballs in.
And there's the curveball. Bounce foul.
Just kind of rolled it up there. Wasn't a good one, but
long turn at bat here for Gordon. This will be the 9th pitch from Dylan G.
You know, if I was having a talk with Dylan G in the offseason, I'd say, you know, Dylan used to be a pitcher for the Mets, Rick Reed. I would watch his tapes and watch the sequence of pitches that he would use in a game and try to adopt some of those sequences. They'd be a strength for him.
Struck him out. Got him with a changeup. G fans Gordon to end the inning. 3rd strikeout for Dylan. A leadoff walk, but the Royals do not score. We go to the bottom of the 3rd, 2-0 New York. The Royals all-time wins leader. It's going to be either Dennis Leonard or Paul Splittorff.
That's right? Splittorff.
Splittorff is first, Leonard is second.
Did Leonard start with the Royals or he started someplace else? That's why I think I've had Splittorff first.
Splittorff 166 wins, Leonard 144. Mark Gubicza is third with 132.
Great.
And there are two future Mets in the top 6. Kevin Apier and Brett Saberhagen. Saberhagen sixth at 110, right behind Larry Gura.
Larry Gura, left-hander.
The Yankees.
Yankees, big curveball. Nice little, he pitched a little bit like Tommy John. Big hook, fastball running away, little sink.
I faced Larry Gura in AAA with the Wichita Arrows, which was the Cubs then. Big hook. And Dennis Leonard was an original Royal because I faced him in Omaha.
Okay. I think Leonard only pitched for the Royals.
Okay.
But sorry, Dennis.
I think Leonard hurt his arm and his career was cut short. Popped up and Elliot Johnson goes out and catches the pop-up one-handed to retire Lagares. One out in the home third. So one away now. David Wright, who slammed one out of the yard his first time.
Number 16. Down and in fastball.
His first ever home run against the Royals. The 22nd different team he has homered against.
First pitch breaking ball here. Pitchers hate after they give a home run on the fastball in. They go, you know what? Maybe he knows me, and let me start him with a hook first pitch. Try to get ahead. Thank you.
Last time the Mets played the Royals in 2004, it was a month before David Wright's major league debut. But prominent in that series for Kansas City, the series was played at Kauffman Stadium back in June of 2004. Playing center field for the Royals was Carlos Beltran. And at the time, the Mets were actually discussing whether they should trade for Beltran because it was well known that he was on the market and he would later be traded that summer to Houston, where he had that incredible postseason run. But the Mets had a center fielder at the time. They had Mike Cameron. And of course, the next year, the Mets would sign Beltran as a free agent, and Cameron would move to right field. Much to his dismay. And then, much to his pain, when he and Beltran collided
one
later
afternoon
that year in San Diego.
Yeah. Well, David is seeing this guy well. See how he took that pitch?
Well, David's RBI numbers aren't where they used to be. He's on a pace for what, around 90, which is fantastic.
Goes down swinging on the fastball, so Davis gets a little revenge after Wright took him deep first time up. Third strikeout for Wade Davis.
They have not really pitched to David with men on base this season.
It's the first 94 mile an hour fastball we've seen from Davis, so he let it go.
I think also, Keith, the RBI numbers are down for David because for the first 2.5 months of the season, the leadoff hitter wasn't getting on base at all.
He went back to it. It's not like this team gets a lot of hits.
You had no one hitting behind him. Remember, Duda got off to a bad start with RBIs. Ike got off to a terrible start. Bird wasn't even in the picture.
And Bird leads the team in RBIs, and he's taken advantage of the fact that David's on-base percentage is one of the best in the league. So David's been on base for him more often than not.
Marlon was in the picture. They just hadn't put him on the wall yet. I mean, he was hitting.
Daniel Murphy on deck.
Jim Joyce is a low ball umpire. Consistent.
Low ball, high volume.
What they used to say, low ball hitter, high ball drinker.
Do they still say that?
I don't think so.
Does anybody even refer to it as a high ball anymore?
I don't.
Hit hard, a base hit for Marlon Byrd. So Marlon has his first hit of the day. The Mets' fifth hit off Wade Davis, and Daniel Murphy will come up with the man on.
Well, Marlon, as I've said, still quick inside. This is inside corner, belt high, he turns. Still got the quick bat, quick hands.
Now Murphy put in the 5-hole. Why? Well, since the All-Star break, nobody in the National League has driven in more runs than Daniel Murphy. So Terry Collins wanted him in an RBI spot, and here he is tonight.
What, he drove in 20 last month? That's a career high for him.
13 since the All-Star break. And he lines that one foul.
It's not easy to drive in 20 runs when you're hitting in the 2-hole. In the National League, when you got a pitcher hitting in the 9th position.
Murphy, before the game today, was visiting with the Royals' Billy Butler. They both went to high school at competing high schools in Jacksonville, Florida, and knew each other well from having competed against each other.
Did Tommy Herr drive in 100 out of the second slot that 1 year? 85, 87?
No, he hit third. He hit third that year.
But he only had 10 home runs, I think.
Right. He took over my spot when I was given the boot to Siberia up in Dutchess County. Dutchess County. I have often wondered how many runs I would have driven in with Vince Coleman, and Tommy would have hit second, Ozzie hit second. Whitey was very good at. Tommy Herr was a better left-hand hitter. Ozzie was a better right-hand hitter, natural. So if someone was hot, he'd flip him around 8 to 2 hole.
Willie McGee.
McGee would hit. Willie hit 5th with us.
1-2 to Murphy. Slaps another one to third, same as last time. And Moustakas again throws him out, and that ends the inning. A base hit and one left. Friday night in the big town. Look at that Chrysler building. How did they ever figure that out? Card is off. Eamon McEnany's filling in, and Eamon's report will help you enjoy tonight's game better. Brought to you by Time Warner Cable. Eamon?
Well, Gary, I had a chance to talk to Eric Hosmer before the game about the difference between the Royals now on this winning streak and earlier in the year, and of course in past years. And he told me that everyone's on the same page. They're all buying into the game plan, and everyone is accountable for their own jobs. Of course, it doesn't hurt to get great pitching over this 9-game span as well. But then he mentioned something that happened during the offseason, which obviously right now the Royals are kind of getting ridiculed for, because Will Myers is off to a tremendous start with Tampa, while Davis and Shields haven't exactly lived up to their reputation. But he still said that trade for those two veteran arms was a shot of confidence. Even though they're still a young team, to the core players, it was the front office telling them, look, we believe in you guys now. We're not going to use the word rebuilding anymore. We're going to give up one of our top prospects, obviously a blue chip prospect, to go get it now. And he thought that was a huge statement being sent from the front office to the current guys who obviously haven't enjoyed that much success, but it gave them, Gary, a sense of belief heading into the season.
Well, they've been waiting for these young players to mesh as a winning team for a couple of years now, as Hosmer just got a piece of that to stay alive. This was the trade that Eamon was referring to. James Shields, he may be 6 and 7, but he's pitched great. Davis certainly is not. Will Myers is off to a very hot start since the Rays called him up in June. So I think the way you look at that is it's a trade that's helped both teams. The Rays had the pitching to fill in for Shields. They certainly have been able to do that with Chris Archer and others. And the Royals needed an ace, and they got themselves one. Curveball hit out to center field, and Lagares had it played perfectly. One out.
I think it's also a change in philosophy. You know, they had other young pitchers that they were starting to rush to the big leagues and said, you know what, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to have a stable of veteran pitchers as our starters. James Shields, Wade Davis, Bruce Chen, Irvin Santana, and Jeremy Guthrie. Those 5 guys are veteran guys that have been around. And I like the philosophy. It seemed to work so far. And Santana's having a better year.
And they've got the younger pitchers in the bullpen. And it's right now the best bullpen in the American League. Salvador Perez takes one the other way, and he's got the Royals' first hit of the night. A 1-out single for Perez.
Fastball away. Went right with it. Bell tie.
Only the second base runner against Dylan Gee. Now Mike Moustakas, who looked like he had to hit his first time up, but Daniel Murphy stuck out his glove and snagged his hard ground ball.
He's been hitting of late, but it has not been a good year for Moustakas at all. Only 25 RBIs. And the 9 home runs and only 25 RBI. That's kind of tough to do.
Another Kansas City Tampa Bay connection. Moustakas in 2007 was the number 2 pick in the draft. The number 1 pick, David Price.
You'd like Jim Joyce behind the plate, Ronnie. Getting that, get that borderline knee strike.
Take that bug and get rid of it. We don't need the bug today. Just listen to him. You'll know at home what the count is.
Moustakas with the helicopter.
Guy almost caught it one-handed, left-handed, beer in the right hand. Just dropped it at the end. Watch this. He tries to catch us with his left hand one-handed. Almost does it.
Backhand.
Oh, his buddy got in the way.
I tell you what, I know they don't. They let him keep the bat. If that bat's got hits in it, I want it back. I'll get him another bat. Give him a BP bat.
For years, that was the way those transactions worked. The fan caught a bat, and they would always trade it out.
Right, because you don't want to give it a gamer.
But more and more these days, fans are being allowed to keep the bat that is flung. 1-2, dismissed.
He's got a black bat now. It's a entirely different. Look at that. How interesting.
But he's got plenty of pine tar in his helmet to
how
get
much
that
it
bat
takes.
prepared.
That is so much. How much
Look at the pine tar on the bat.
And how much that is meticulous work. You don't give up your hard work. You don't give it away.
No, you know, the Royals do have a history of pine tar running up that bat.
Who was the umpire that made that
Tim
call?
McClellan.
That's right.
He was a rookie umpire then, 1983, with the George Brett pine tar incident. Line down the right field line. Foul.
Well,
George Brett hit the home run off Goose Gossage to apparently give the Royals the lead in the 9th inning with 2 out. Billy Martin protested that the pine tar was too far up the bat. Tim McClellan measured it, called Brett out. Brett went crazy. Later, Lee McPhail, the American League president, would overrule it. They would have to come back and finish that game. Finished it with Don Mattingly playing second base for the New York Yankees. And the Royals won the game.
Ball players call it snapping. That was the snap of all time. Do you see who the player was that took Brett out of there? You can see his career numbers. First baseman named Joe Simpson.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that. Joe now broadcaster for the Atlanta Braves.
3 batting titles.
2-2 to Moustakas. Foul back. We hit 390 for one of those batting
Yes,
titles.
he did. He made the big chase on 400. That just goes to show how difficult. Now, Carew made a run for it one year.
And Tony Gwynn.
Yep. It's
They hit
just
388 one year.
Olerud, where was he at?
Olerud took 400 into August that one year with the Blue Jays. Seventh pitch of the at bat coming from G to Moustakas. And the changeup outside, 3-2. 1980, Brett hit 390 the year the Royals played the Phillies in the World Series.
Dickie Knowles knocked him down in the middle of that series, and George didn't get a hit the rest of the series.
Tug McGraw striking out Willie Wilson to end that series and end the Phillies' long drought of championship.
And guess who was playing first base for those Phillies?
Pete Rose.
Pete Rose led him to the promised land. Led him across the Sinai.
Freddie Patek at short at that team.
Frank White in second.
So Freddie Patek or UL Washington at short?
No, UL was in 85.
Later, was later, okay.
Yeah, Patek, Frank White. Who was the third baseman? Ouch.
Brett.
Oh, shoot. Stupid me.
John Mayberry at first.
Was it Duke walking behind the plate?
3-2. And Moustakas down on strikes. G goes back to the changeup and gets his 4th strikeout. 2 down in the inning.
See how it comes out. The ball's middle of the plate, fools him with the speed.
Yes, it did. Got him out in front.
I was wrong. It was UL Washington for those 80 Royals playing short. Willie Mays Aikens.
Oh, gosh. Behind the plate was Duke Wathan?
Wathan and Darrell Porter.
Right.
Amos Otis in center field.
Right. Clint Hurdle was on that team.
Yes, he was.
Al McRae DHing.
Willie Wilson playing center. Hal McRae, yeah, DH, of course. He had his memorable tangle with Willie Randolph in the playoffs that year. G facing David Lowe, who popped to short his first time up. And the curveball bends in for a strike, 0-2.
See, it's a knuckle curve. That pointer finger is knuckled up on the ball, and the middle finger just resting against the seam.
G has struck out 4. Sails that fastball. He's been a little frustrated with that pitch tonight.
He just doesn't finish his pitches sometimes. That's all it is. Biting his glove, mad at himself. Escobar on deck.
One and 2 to David Lowe. Fly ball, shallow left. In comes Young. Side retired. 4 scoreless innings for Dylan G. 1 major snap 30 years ago for George Brett. We'll be back. Verizon Fios upgrade with Ron Darling. What do you got, Ron?
Well, when you look at the Kansas City Royals, they got out to that bad start. Keith was mentioning it before that they only won 8 ball games in May, and then they have turned it on since then. How do they turn it on? We talked about the pitching. We've talked about the stolen base. But you can also talk about the barbecue. There was some barbecue that came out in June, and they said they kept the barbecue on the bench, and they said that made the difference, and we'll have to see if they have it there today.
Verizon Fios, making life more entertaining with America's fastest, most reliable internet. That's powerful. By the way, nice one shot.
No, yeah.
You don't usually get the one shot.
You get them.
Oh, I don't ask for them.
You get your Cecil B. DeMille moment.
Does that make me Gloria Swanson? Ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille?
What's the movie? Keep the Kid in the Picture. Who was the director in those days? He started out as an actor, and Cecil B. DeMille said, "Keep the kid in the picture." I'll figure it out. Sorry.
0-2 to John Buck.
Well, Buck has kind of turned it around a bit, and I think it has a lot to do. I know John talked a lot about overswinging, and yes, he does overswing a lot. He doesn't get cheated, but I think Recker coming in and giving him a spell has really helped him.
Buck goes down swinging. 4th strikeout for Wade Davis for the first out of the 4th.
Just a high slider. Not a good one.
Now Ike Davis, who signaled to right center his first time up. Ike dropped to 7th in the order tonight. And Davis rips one into right field, and he's 2 for 2. Well, he threw him one changeup, and then he came right back with another one. Ike was on it.
Well, we'll take a look here. Looks like he kind of gave away that changeup a little bit, kind of short-armed it. Ike on it.
Ronnie, it's of interest to me when you're facing a hitter who you want to throw off-speed stuff to, but you're a power pitcher like Wade Davis. Are you almost doing yourself a disservice to go with a scouting report like that and throwing back-to-back changeups?
It's like you're saying to yourself, okay, he can't hit the breaking pitch so bad that even mine, which is my 3rd best pitch, I should go after him with it. And I think that's a bad choice. You know what you do? Get ahead of him with your fastball, then use the breaking pitches.
We'll take a look at the contact on this changeup. You can see the ball has a lot of plate. Ike showing a little good balance there. Better than we've seen.
Davis with 2 of the Mets' 6 hits tonight.
He's been a lot better, but it's still been an inconsistency.
And Quintanilla takes one the other way for a base hit. Well, back-to-back base hits by the 7 and 8 hitters, just as Davis and Quintanilla put together in the 4th.
Good pitch right there. Pitcher's pitch, but Quintanilla is a guy that goes the other way naturally. It's almost throwing into his strength.
So Omar is 2 for 2, and now Dylan G gets another chance to get a bunt down. Couldn't do it in the 2nd inning and wound up striking out. Well, you watched Wade Davis, the American League pitcher, get a bunt down.
Well, this is a big time for it. 2-0 Mets. This is a time to add on.
Now you saw Perez motioning with his hand. Was he telling Hosmer to charge?
No, he's telling the pitcher, throw the baseball. The shortstop's already vacating. Don't wait too long.
Also, I can follow Escobar, the shortstop, as he breaks early towards 3rd base, because as we said, the last bunt situation, the 2nd baseman Johnson is just breaking real quick, real early over to 1st base.
Gee still trying to figure out how to get a bunt down.
You can follow him. There you go.
And he bunts another one foul, and it's 0-2.
Oh, this is getting frustrating for Dillon. You really want to help yourself here.
Frustrating for his manager.
Yep.
So little things as a pitcher that can help you win a game.
Sometimes you have to tell yourself, you know what, just get it down early. You know, don't wait till you have a couple strikes in the bat. Just get it down early. Make them make the play. Let's see how good they are.
Outfield way shallow.
Now, last time they took the bunt off with 2 strikes. This time it stays on, and Dillon does not offer out. First base umpire Jeff Nelson with the call. 1-2.
Whenever you watch this umpiring group, they really work as a team. You could tell Joyce, as soon as that ball was by G, he asked for it straight away. I mean, they work as a cohesive unit. It's nice to watch.
Strike 3 call. Now 2 very frustrating at bats for Dillon Gee.
Well, he buckled his world right here with this hook. One of the best hooks he's thrown the whole game. He dropped one on him.
Did you say buckled his world?
Buckled his
I haven't
world.
heard that in a long time.
So 2 out and 2 on for Eric Young. Same situation in the second inning. He struck out. He's 0 for 2 tonight. 0 for his last 8. Davis at second. Quintanilla at first with 2 out. Well, the Mets left 11 runners on base in Miami yesterday. They got an early lead today on a 2-run homer by David Wright, but the Mets have already left 3 runners on base, and Young trying to avoid leaving 2 more. Juan Lagares would be next. Harris setting up inside, and Young on the slider. 1-1.
That was a good slider there.
Not a strike, but tough pitch to lay off.
Well, Wade Davis about to throw his 80th pitch in the 4th inning. That's the batting average against him with runners in scoring position. The overall batting average against him this year, 316. So he has really had a rough year. 2-1 now to Young. Two on and 2 out. And Young fouls back the fastball. 2-2.
I think that's what Terry Collins has been talking about. This guy, those pitches that they're getting, that they're missing. Worked himself into a great count. He's got his head down. Gets a fastball down the middle and fouled straight back.
A lot of guys, particularly Ike, under the ball. Really focus on the top half of the ball, lined up, particularly a hitter like Young. Don't want to hit the ball in the air. Focus on the top half of that ball.
Waste that fastball away. Hardest pitch Davis has thrown all night at 94. Two on, 2 out, 2-2 to Eric Young. And the curveball chopped slowly. Tough play from Moustakas with the bare hand. Safe. And the bases are loaded. Slap and dash from Eric Young for an infield hit, and the Mets have 3 men on.
He asked him to concentrate on the top of the ball, Keith.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And Young can fly. There's not a chance in the world to get him.
So a chance for Juan Lagares with the bases loaded. Lagares singled inside first base and then scored on David Wright's home run in the first. He popped up in the third. Davis at third, Quintanilla at second, Young at first with 2 out. And Lagares takes a first pitch slider for a strike.
Just looked like Juan was taking that pitch from the get-go, like taking a first pitch. Got a pitcher in trouble, boy. Attack first pitch. Attack.
Chasing the slider out of the strike zone. It's 0-2.
And Keith, from the pitcher's perspective, if you don't attack on the first pitch and you get a strike, then you don't have to throw another one.
And he's got the bases loaded, the pitcher. He's the one in hot water, even though there's 2 outs here. You ready for that first pitch. You don't want to take a pitch that was a good pitch to hit.
Well, Lagares came through on an 0-2 pitch in the first inning. In a hole again. And he lifts one to right. And David Lowe comes in to get it. And that retires the side, and the Mets strand 3 on 3 hits in the 4th inning. Dylan G back to the mound with a 2-0 lead. And a resort. Enjoy all the action and fun of Universal's 2 amazing theme parks and stay on site at the electrifying Hard Rock Hotel. Just go to sny.tv/Toyota and enter the Toyota Fan Flyaway Sweepstakes for your chance to win. Game 2 of this series tomorrow afternoon. Carlos Torres goes for the Mets. The ancient and former Met Bruce Chen will pitch for the Royals. Coverage begins at 12:30 tomorrow here on SNY. 40-year anniversary of the 1973 National League champs. Bruce Chen pitched for the Mets in 2001 and briefly in 2002. Everybody remembers the first game back in New York after 9/11 for Mike Piazza's home run. What virtually nobody remembers is that Bruce Chen started that game for the Mets. Alcides Escobar lines out to left for the first out in the 5th. And there is the graphic reminder of our pitchers tomorrow. Of your City probables, Torres against Chen tomorrow. Jeremy Hefner goes Sunday against Irvin Santana.
Torres coming off a really bad start, or he got rocked his last time out in Washington.
Got a great relief appearance, appearance 2 days ago.
Well, you have to figure the Mets are going with a 6-man rotation right now. John Neese threw 4 innings, good ones on rehab last night. He thinks he needs only 1 more rehab start. Maybe he gets 2. But before too terribly long, Neese will be able to rejoin the rotation. And you have to figure that Torres is the candidate to go back to the bullpen.
Yes.
Elliot Johnson trying to bunt his way on. That's 0-2.
Because he made the bullpen. He was one of the reasons that bullpen became really strong. You know, I think Ardsmo was another one.
If you missed it earlier, by the way, the Mets had to make some bullpen moves today. Josh Edgin suffered a fractured rib. And it's a real shame because Edgin, who had been sent down to Las Vegas earlier, to Binghamton, actually earlier this year, and was in the minors for a period of time, has come back and been really good. But Josh said the rib started bothering him in Pittsburgh a couple of weeks ago and got progressively worse. It didn't bother him so much while he was pitching with the adrenaline running, but afterward and in the morning he said it got worse. And then when he pitched in Miami the other day, he said it was just got untenable, and they checked it out. Sure enough, he has a fractured rib.
You guys ever fracture a rib? It is so painful. You can't breathe. I mean, you take a breath and you have like someone punched you in the gut or in the side.
And in Edgin's case, it's very possible, from what the doctors are saying, he could miss the rest of the season, which is a real blow. The Mets have called up Pedro Feliciano, who has not pitched in the big leagues in 3 years since his last outing as a Met. 92 games for the Mets in 2010 before he signed with the Yankees, and he is back with the ball club tonight. Elliot Johnson hits the fly ball to left. Eric Young squeezes it for the second out. And the other piece of news about the bullpen is that Bobby Parnell, who's had a stiff neck the last couple of days, it's not getting better. He saw the doctor today, and he is not available tonight. May not be available all weekend. There is Pedro Feliciano, who just got here, sharing some hugs with Ricky Bonas, the bullpen coach. It is great to have Pedro back here.
Good talk. Well,
he is one of the all-time great characters, and he did so much wonderful work for the Mets.
Well,
over his tenure.
It's a long haul back to the big leagues.
Well, he had so many shoulder problems. Never threw a pitch for the Yankees after signing that big contract with them. And the Mets took a flyer on him this spring. He's steadily gotten his velocity up close to where it used to be. Maybe not quite where it used to be, but you know, he only has to come in and get a left-hand hitter out every now and again.
Maybe you'll use Scott Rice to maybe get more outs than that, you know.
I don't think he's going to have any more years of 92 games.
Rice is on a pace for that, although he slowed down a little bit.
Yeah, it's probably more in the 80s now. Well, it's nice to have Pedro Feliciano back in the building, and he's already making everybody smile. Pulled down to first. Davis handles it. And Rod Dyson is retired. 1, 2, 3 go the Royals in the top of the 5th. Halfway through on Feliciano perpetual return day. 2-0 New York. Brought to you by Twisted Tea, the hard iced tea that tastes like real iced tea. The Kansas City Royals have not lost a game since George was born.
That's right.
That is absolutely the truth. 9 straight wins for Kansas City.
That's a good one.
But they trail tonight 2-0 as we go to the bottom of the 5th.
What game number is this? That was a good one.
You've been waiting that long? David Wright responsible for the scoring tonight. A 2-run homer in the first inning. And he takes a curveball that misses from Wade Davis. Wright's home run was his 16th of the year. Well, Marlins continue on their merry way after being the Mets the last 2 days.
And St. Louis, after that horrible series, was in 4 out of 5 in Pittsburgh. It jumped all over Cincinnati, 9-0 in the 4th.
Knocked out Bronson Arroyo. Well, the American League Central is the home of the hot teams right now. The Royals have won 9 straight. The Indians have won 8 straight. And the Tigers have won 5 in a row, 9 of 10. The Dodgers won again today in Chicago. They're now 12-2 since the All-Star break. Best part about that, Carlos Marmol got the final out against the Cubs at Wrigley Field.
Rub salt in the wounds for those Cubby fans.
Here's the kind of day the Cubs had. Their 8th straight loss, by the way. The Cubs today had 2 runs on 14 hits.
How many did they leave on base?
Most of them.
A bushel.
They only drew 1 walk, and of course that was Marmol.
Wow.
3-2 now to Wright with Bird and Murphy to follow.
That Miami-Cleveland game, that's the youngster, Jose Fernandez, shutting them out.
He was magnificent his last start with 13 strikeouts. Three-2 from Davis, and Wright breaks his bat. Escobar ignores the barrel, inspects the baseball, and throws out Wright. 1 away.
Well, let's see where this pitch is. It's a fastball.
Oh, no. A little cutter inside.
Yeah, a little front door. Jammed him.
So 1 out now. Marlon Byrd is flied out to right and single to left. 1 for 2. We've got Bird's perch going on here. That's hanging in front of the Pepsi porch. So Fernandez tonight, 5 innings, 1 hit, 9 strikeouts.
Oh, man.
Picking up right where he left off in his last start. Just turned 21, by the way.
Are they going to shut him down in September?
That's a good question. We never heard anything about that when we were down there.
Very curious to see what they're going to do with him.
He's been up all year. Remember, he made his debut against the Mets the first week of the season. Two and 1 to Bird. SNY Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com.
Two pretty nice plays right there.
Can't get anything in on that right side. .97 pitches with 1 out in the 5th inning for Wade Davis. He threw 101 in 7 1/3 in his last start. A terrific outing against the White Sox. Harder working today. And another full count for Davis. Sixth full count already for Davis today. He hasn't walked a batter. He's struck out 5, given up 2 runs and 8 hits. Fly ball left field, and Gordon moves over, and the Gold Glover has it. 2 out. 2 out and nobody on. Daniel Murphy coming up. Let's check in with Eamon McEnany.
Well, Gary, obviously some of the big news before the game here at Citi Field was the change in the lineup. So I asked Daniel Murphy if there's a change in your approach in an RBI spot as opposed to a set-the-table spot. And he kind of shrugged that off, said, you know, obviously he liked hitting in front of David Wright and Marlon Byrd, but he said it doesn't change your approach at all. But then I asked him if there's a different adrenaline rush. You know, when you hit second, you know you're going to get an AB in that first inning as opposed to hitting fifth. And he mentioned something that seemed interesting to me. He said, well, at least then he's guaranteed to see more pitches from that pitcher and get a better comfort level when he comes up later in the game hitting fifth than second. But Keith, I was just curious from your perspective as a guy who hit third most of your career, is there a difference knowing you're going to get an at-bat in that first inning as opposed to hitting fourth or fifth later down in the lineup?
Well, Damon, I think the most important thing when you hit third, you're going to get 4 at-bats every game. And there's some games where the pitcher's out there dealing and you're hitting in the bottom half of the order. And there's only time you only get up 3 times. I mean, that never happened with me hitting third. So in that regard, you get to face that pitcher and get more comfortable and more at bats against him, not only for that game, but in the future down the road. You asked a very good question to Daniel. My question is, how comfortable is Daniel going to be in an RBI spot as opposed to a table setting spot? It'd be very interesting to watch, because Daniel can hit in the clutch. But, you know, it's a little bit different when you're hitting in a position where you're expected to drive in runs, and it's something he's not used to. He's been hitting second for quite some time.
2-2 from Davis, and Murphy lifts this one to center, and Dyson is there, and that retires the side. So Wade Davis has his first 1-2-3 inning of the night. 5 in the books at Citi Field with the Mets up 2-0. Mets games on Sports Radio 66 and Sports Radio 101.9 FM WFAN. Mets and Royals day games tomorrow and Sunday. Then the Colorado Rockies limp in for 3 Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday before the Mets head out on an 11-game trip that starts in Arizona a week from tonight. Justin Maxwell, just acquired at the trading deadline by Kansas City from the Houston Astros, will pinch hit for Wade Davis leading off in the 6th inning. Maxwell has spent some time with Washington before he went to Houston. 29 years old. He's been a part-time player his whole career. Got a start for the Royals yesterday in his first game for Kansas City. Went 1 for 3. And he pops one up. That'll come fouling out of play. 1-1. So in Baltimore tonight, the Orioles are leading the Mariners 7-4 in the 5th. And in that game, Chris Davis has hit his 40th home run of the year.
Wow.
Now, that's great, right? I was shocked when I read this. When you consider Camden Yards, great home run hitter's ballpark, all the great talent they've had there in Camden Yards and the Memorial Stadium before that. Davis is only the 5th Oriole to hit 40 home runs in a season. 5th. Luke Powell never hit 40 home runs.
Really?
Bounces to third, backing off his right. He barehands it, the long throw not in time to get the speedy Maxwell. Well, David knew he'd have to hurry against Maxwell's speed, but no chance to get him.
Well, once he played the long hop and played it back, that was not the right choice.
Only the second Kansas City hit.
When he does that with that kind of speed, you can forget it. That's got to be an all or nothing play right there. You come in and get it, and you just got to come and get it because of the speed of the runner. And if you get the in-between hop, you don't make the play. You don't make the play.
So a leadoff base runner for the Royals, and now at the top of the batting order, Alex Gordon, who's 0 for 2, flied out and struck out.
Well, he's way off the plate, isn't he?
He's way off the plate. Almost inducing G to throw something on the outside part, but he's had some good swings despite the strikeout in his last at bat.
Wow. He's way off the plate.
Gordon with 10 home runs on the year. Throw over Chase Maxwell back. Anyway, the Orioles have hit 40 home runs. Frank Robinson.
The leadoff hitter, Brady
Anderson, who hit 50. 51.
Rafael
Palmeiro. And one more. Guy who had once hit 2 grand slams in one game.
Oh, really?
Back when Bob Murphy was broadcasting for the Orioles.
Oh, going that far back.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Jim Gentile.
Oh, Jim Gentile, of course. Wow.
Kelvin Herrera gets up in the Kansas City bullpen. He spent some time in the minor leagues this season. 0-1 to Alex Gordon. Out to center field, hit pretty well. Lagares got turned around but finds it. And back to first goes Maxwell.
Alex Gordon was staring at Lagares like that ball didn't even make the warning track. No, it didn't.
Welcome to Citi Field.
He's only got 5 home runs. Oh, excuse me. You're right.
5 times 2.
You know what? I was off for a week. I'm a little bit sluggish right now. Takes me a while.
1 out and 1 on. Here's Hosmer.
Wait till you get to my age.
When we get to your age, you'll be older. Hosmer is grounded back to the mound and flied to center. There goes Maxwell. It's grounded to Murphy. His only play will be to first. He stared down Maxwell to see if maybe he'd take a turn or not know where the ball was. The deke of the night from Daniel Murphy.
Well, he's got time. It's hit hard. It's really a smart play. A bullet like that, you can look to see if you got a play, and then if you don't, you take your time, throw over to first base. So that was really a smart play by Daniel. And I know where I messed up on Gordon's home runs. I put him in as his triples, so it was my mistake.
He does have 5 triples. That is true.
So that was my mistake.
2 out. Maxwell at second, and now Salvador Perez, who had the first Kansas City hit. He's singled to right with 1 out of the 4th. Anyway, I was shocked when I read that Boog Powell never hit 40 home runs for the Orioles. You think of him as, you know, the ultimate lead-footed slugger.
I'll take 30
every year. I mean, that's.
And you know, Boog wasn't real fleet of foot around the bag.
So that was a time where, you know, 25 to 30 home runs was a huge home run hitter. Cross up there by Dylan G on John Bucket hit his left wrist.
Yep.
Can't have him injured. He's going to have to help deliver the baby. He and his wife Brooke expecting a boy any moment to join their 2 older boys. They had twins who were 5 years old now.
I actually, my middle daughter Melissa, I watched her enter this world. It was quite a sight. She's now 32 years old. Can you believe that?
Jim Joyce making sure that Buck is okay before he takes a spot behind him. 1-0 to Salvador Perez with a runner at second and 2 out. And G stumbles coming off the mound as he threw that curveball. So both sides of the battery a little shaken.
Catch a spike. When you catch a spike, you can't take your proper stride. Lucky you didn't pull a Chad Qualls.
Well, it's different if you stumble in the course of pitching as opposed to in the course of celebrating. Here's the 2-0. And Perez takes a strike.
Perez got a base hit to right field between Murph and Davis. No need to pay any attention to the runner on second base. It's 2 outs. Field your position.
2-2 to Perez.
Keith, you said your daughter's 32. My son Jordan is 20 today.
Actually,
Really? Happy birthday, Jordan.
oh wow.
He'll be watching us unless there's a FIFA game on and we lose out. FIFA match.
It's one of those, huh?
Yeah.
They're multiplying. 2-2 from G to Perez, and it's off the corner. 3-2. He's been a little frustrated with his fastball location tonight, and yet he has shut the Royals out to this point, trying to negotiate his way through the 6th, which has often been a troubling inning for him. 3-2. Hit sharply, but down to David Wright. And he throws on Perez to end the inning. So a leadoff base hit. And G wins his way through. Still 2-0. brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce. Head to Citi Field's Fan Fest and step into the cage to test your luck against the Cholula Flamethrower. Available in 4 flavors. Cholula Hot Sauce, the flavorful hot sauce with the iconic wooden cap. Sunday, get an inside look at the life of Lee Mazzilli's son and current Cyclone second baseman L.J. Mazzilli. Find out how he's trying to make his own mark in the Mets organization on Mets Insider, presented by W.B. Mason, Sunday after the postgame, only on SNY. Dylan G, 6 scoreless innings under his belt.
So he's trying to say he's sorry for hurting him, hitting him in that wrist with the cross-up. Those catchers, they shrug it off. Tough as nails. LJ's leading the team in hits, by the way, over there in Brooklyn. Mini Maz, they call him.
Well, Kelvin Herrera is only 5'10", but his average fastball in his 3 years in the major leagues, 98.4 miles an hour.
Well, his big thing in the 35 innings he's worked, he's given up 9 home runs, but he has reached 103 miles an hour.
Well, Buck will take that bruised wrist to the plate against the triple-digit heat of Kelvin Herrera. Wade Davis went 5 innings, allowed 2 runs and 8 hits, no walks, 5 strikeouts, a home run, 102 pitches. Gave up the 2-run homer to David Wright in the first, and that's been all the scoring, as Dylan G has been terrific tonight. Herrera spent some time in the minor leagues because after a tremendous season last year, he had the home run difficulties that Ronnie elucidated a moment ago. Buck is grounded to short and struck out tonight 0 for 2, and he fouls off the 98-mile-an-hour fastball. John Buck spent the first 6 years of his major league career as a Kansas City Royal after first being drafted by Houston. So he's had a few hellos to say with the Royals in town. Ike Davis on deck, then Omar Quintanilla. They are 4 for 4 between them.
The Mohawk's a big look in today's style. Carlos Torres for the Mets has one, and here Herrera featuring one. Salvador Perez, when Herrera comes in the game, he makes sure he's got his insurance premiums paid.
Make sure all his equipment is secured. Two and 1 to Buck, and that fastball spiked into the dirt. 99 miles an hour, 3 and 1. How far can you flick a sunflower seed?
You're not flicking, you're kicking field goals.
96-mile-an-hour two-seamer.
Don't you need goalposts to kick field goals?
Set up a couple cups, and it gets boring in some of these games. Those pitchers, I feel for them, you know.
It's 2-0.
Once every 5th day, they got to watch 4 games. I feel for them.
Well, Zach's getting his skills down. 3-2, and Buck is out on strikes. 96-mile-an-hour fastball to get him. So Herrera fans his first man. Let's check in with the studio for a game break. Here's Gary Apple. Look out on Utah Street. Here's Ike Davis, who's 2 for 2. Single to right center, single to right. Now facing the heat of Kelvin Herrera.
Oh boy, a little frustration.
No telephones in the neighborhood.
Oh, that bat.
Cameraman, you got to move, brother.
That is a major league snap.
Yeah, it happens. Phone's still intact.
Well, all he broke was his bat. No communal property. Two 2-0 to Davis with 1 out and nobody on. Mets up 2-0 in the 6th. So has anybody calculated the Braves' magic number yet? They were down 2-1 in the 5th tonight in Philadelphia. They've just put up a 5 spot. They're up 6-2 now. Still going for their 8th straight win.
Hitting the ball out of the ballpark. Looks like Upton's getting hot again.
They scored 40 runs in their 4-game series against the Rockies. And sweeping those 4.
They come into this game with an 11.5 game bulge.
I don't think anybody expected this. I mean, the Braves were expected to have a good team this year, but they certainly were not expected to be 11.5 games up.
Listen, if the Nationals were up 11.5, would you question it at the beginning of the year?
No. That was, I think, what everybody expected. But the Braves would be the second banana to the Nationals Express.
Yep,
but
they haven't skipped a beat. They lost Tim Hudson right here at Citi Field. And they've just kept rolling.
3-2 to Davis. And Ike takes outside. And he's on base for the 3rd straight time. 2 singles and now a walk for Ike tonight. So 1 out and 1 on for Omar Quintanilla. We have the best stat guy in the world. Dave Freed just told me that on August the 2nd, that's today, the Braves' magic number is 43.
What did he get in math over there in South Shore? 43. Combination.
Quintanilla is 2 for 2, single to right, single to left. 1 on and 1 out, and he fouls back the fastball from Herrera.
Quite a number on August 2nd, isn't it? Man.
Well, they've got the biggest lead. Nobody else has more than a 3.5 game lead in their division going into play tonight. The Dodgers are 3.5 up. The A's are 3.5 up. The Braves 11.5 up. Changeup misses outside. 1-1. And one of the real reasons for the explosion that the Braves are on now the last 6 weeks, Brian McCann has turned back into Brian McCann. He has another home run tonight. 1-2 to Quintanilla. I mean, the first part of the season when McCann first came back, he did not look like the same guy. And it was certainly a concern for the Braves. But the last 2 months, he's been an all-star again. Curveball from Herrera. 2-2.
And they've done it with very little production from the free agent they signed over the winter, B.J. Upton. Jason Hayward has just started hitting.
They also have the league's leading hitter. Nobody expected Chris Johnson to be leading the National League in batting, but he is.
And Andrelton Simmons had a fantastic July. And Freddie Freeman is Freddie Freeman.
Mets took handle Freeman in that series, but Simmons, to me, is really what a glove at shortstop.
.99 from Herrera. Kelvin Herrera, just 23 years old. Seems like everybody these days has somebody who throws 98, 99.
But what's fascinating about this young man is that he's short of stature, not a big guy.
Quintanilla drills one to right field. Lowe moves back and grabs it. 2 out.
You know, you talk about Herrera not being a big guy, but if you look at his lower half, he's big, strong legs, Ronnie. Yeah, you're right. He is a strong young man.
Well, he's 5'10", 200 pounds. So. Now Dylan Gee bats for the third time. Couldn't get a bunt down his first 2 at bats and wound up striking out both times.
No.
And
I'm sorry.
a little overmatched.
Well, 97 with a pitcher every 5th day. It is a little bit of an overmatch. Nothing to be ashamed of. He just bringing some heavy artillery out here.
This is like being in the batting cage when you're a kid and you decide to hit me 80-mile-an-hour slot.
Just like a Sherman up against a Tiger.
Swing hard, hope something good happens. 3 swings, and Gee is out on strikes. Second strikeout for Herrera. On to the 7th we go. Gee will go back to doing what he does best. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Time Warner Cable. Watch more sports on more devices in the house than anyone else. Call 1-800-TW-CABLE. Time Warner Cable. Enjoy sports better. By Hamiltonian Day at the Meadowlands Racetrack tomorrow. Gates open at 10 a.m. Visit MeadowlandsRacetrack.com for details. And by Geico. Sunday, the quarterback battle continues in Cortland. Here, Geno Smith and Mark Sanchez's thoughts on the competition, plus all the latest news as the Jets gear up for the 2013 season on Jets Nation Inside Camp Sunday at 7 on SNY. Dylan Gee, 6 scoreless innings under his belt, will face Mike Moustakas to lead off in the 7th inning. Moustakas has grounded out and struck out tonight, 0 for 2. And Gee starts him off with a changeup for a strike. The only 2 hits for the Royals tonight, a 1-out single to the opposite field by Salvador Perez in the 4th, and an infield hit by the pinch hitter Justin Maxwell in the 6th, and that has been it. The curveball just misses, a ball and a strike. Gee has walked 1, he's struck out 4.
Hear the frustration from Dylan Gee after releasing the pitch.
David Lowe on deck, then Alcides Escobar for the Royals in the 7th. Got it in on the hands of Moustakas. Will it stay in for Buck? No. Back in the crowd. Well, there's Billy Butler, conspicuous by his absence from the Royals lineup, their designated hitter. You see what he's done over the last 5 years. An all-star last season, 29 homers, 107 RBIs. Not nearly as productive this year, and yet probably their biggest offensive threat. But no DH in the National League Park, no place to play him. And Moustakas hits the curveball slowly to second. Murphy hurries in, makes the play, 1 out. The team that the Royals are chasing in the American League Central won again tonight. Tigers behind Doug Fister beat the White Sox 2-1. That's 6 straight wins for Detroit.
And the White Sox have become the whipping boy in the West. I mean the Central.
8 straight losses now for the White Sox. There's a little beauty.
Yep. Right in front of us here.
Well, G keeps rolling. Now faces David Lowe, the rookie right fielder, who's popped to short and flied to left 0 for 2. And he drives one into center field for a base hit. Just the 3rd Kansas City hit of the night, a 1-out single for Lowe.
Oh, that first ball fastball hitting. He's already had 2 at-bats against G. Seen everything he's got. Right on it.
Lowe began playing every day when the Royals released Jeff Francoeur about 6 weeks ago. And Lowe has really taken to that spot. Not only is he hitting, but he is probably as good a defensive outfielder as Francoeur.
And another guy with a lot of speed. Because he's got to put on the guard that he uses on his hand when he runs. Needs a size larger, it looks
like.
Get
one that fits better. Yeah. So 1 out and 1 on. And now Alcides Escobar, who has had a rough 0 for 2 tonight. Escobar, his first time up, flared one to right, and Marlon Byrd made a flying, leaping catch. And then the second time up, he had a bullet to left field right at Eric Young. Escobar is in a 1 for 21 skid right now. There goes Lowe, the pitch outside. Buck's throw. Safe. Stolen base for Lowe, his 3rd of the year. And we talked about the Royals wanting to run. Haven't had many chances tonight with many base runners, but Lowe takes off.
No, a lot of that's because of G, obviously, and just too good a jump. Good throw. Good strong throw.
Almost came off the bag there.
Yes, he did.
So a runner in scoring position with 1 out. 1-1 to Escobar with Elliot Johnson on deck. G at 90 pitches. The Mets bullpen begins to get going. Driven to left field, but right there is Young, and that's the 2nd out. So Escobar retired again, and back to second goes Lowe. You might wonder, why is the bullpen up for the Mets? G's at 90 pitches. It's working on a shutout. And I think the thing that Terry Collins has come to recognize with G, even though he's had a tremendous resurgence the last 2 months, he's a 100-pitch pitcher, and that's it.
And you know, also the other thing about Dylan is that he can, and even it doesn't matter what the pitch count is, he can lose it very quickly, and you have to recognize that very quickly.
Lewis Coleman up in the Kansas City bullpen. So here's Elliot Johnson, who's walked and flied to left 0 for 1. And he pulls one down at first off Davis, but recovered by Murphy, and they have no play. The throw to third, a silly throw by Murphy, and Wright knocks it down. Well, Murphy, by being in the right place behind Davis, keeps the run from scoring. They'll charge an error, though, to Davis. It's a tough error, don't you think?
Well, it's got to be. It's a tough error, and that's the breaks. You know, the balls hit at you.
It's not an easy play. He didn't get in front, played it to the side. He had a chance to sidle over one step and get it in front, hit it off the body.
So now runners at first and third with 2 out, and the number 8 hitter Jarrod Dyson, who has struck out and grounded to first 0 for 2. First time tonight that the Royals have had 2 runners on. And the fastball high to Dyson. Now Billy Butler has come out on deck. So this is a huge batter for G, with Butler consigned to pinch hitting duty.
And the Mets don't have a right-hander up. They have Scott Rice, I believe, up in the bullpen. Nice time to get someone up right now.
Of course, the Mets are short in the bullpen tonight, with Bobby Parnell not available. David Aardsma pushed into closing duty. Well, you see, we were talking about Dillon and how his fortunes fade as he gets to 100 pitches, and that's the evidence right there. At 93 pitches right now. He's thrown as many as 108 in a game this year. That was in San Francisco right before the All-Star break.
John Buck just stepped up and gave signs to the infielders as to whether there's a steal. If he's throwing through, there's a couple plays you can run. 3 plays to be exact, I believe.
There goes Johnson, and no throw by Buck.
Yep.
So now the tying run is in scoring position. 13th stolen base of the year for Johnson, and the second steal for the Royals this inning.
I don't like letting that runner get into scoring position.
That's got to do a better job of keeping him close. The signs are coming from the bench. You've got to step off. You got to throw over. I don't understand that.
I don't like conceding the stolen base now. 2-out base hit ties the ball game up.
So a single, a stolen base, an error, and another steal. 2 in scoring position for Dyson. 1-1 the count, and he bounces one down toward first. That's a foul ball, just barely missed staying fair. So Dyson still has life at 1-2.
Just foul. Ike did all he can do to try to get there as fast as he could.
David Wright reminding Dillon G, who had sprinted over to first base, giving him just a second and reminding him that the biggest pitch he'll have all night might be his last.
Lowe is at third. Johnson the tying run at second. 2 down, top of the 7th, 2-0 New York. G ahead on Dyson, 1-2. Just got a piece of the changeup to stay alive.
Changeup away. Good job by Dyson, just getting the end of the bat on the baseball.
This is a Royals team that is red hot right now. G's cooled them off so far, but he's got a huge batter to get right now. One-two. Up and in with the fastball. 2-2.
Good pitch right there.
If he had thrown that first strike, he would have got strike 3. He was looking outside part, looking for something soft. Surprised him.
Dyson in limited at bats this year, hitting .320 with runners in scoring position. 2-2 coming from G. And he fouls off another changeup.
That had way too much plate right there. That was sitting on a tee.
When you're in the midst of a long winning streak, and I consider a long winning streak 5, 6, 7 plus. Everyone has contributed. You feel at any time you're going to get that hit. You're going to make that pitch. You're going to make that defensive play.
7th pitch of the at bat from G to Dyson. Popped up, shallow left, in comes Young. Side retired. G pitches out of a jam in the 7th inning. 7 scoreless for Dillon. 7th inning stretch at Citi Field. 2-0 New York. portion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Well, Dylan G got the biggest out of the night when he retired Gerard Dyson to end that 7th inning. Double switch for the Royals. Lorenzo Cain will play right field and bat 9th. The new pitcher is Lewis Coleman. He'll bat in the number 5 spot.
Well, Coleman pitched in yesterday's ball game and struck out the side in Minnesota to ensure the win for the Kansas City Royals in the 9th.
Top of the batting order for the Mets in the 7th. Eric Young had an infield hit his last time up on a slow ground ball to third. He's 1 for 3 on the night.
They got some arms in this bullpen. Guys who throw 95 plus, then they got a guy throwing sidearm 90 plus.
Hit sharply, and Escobar with a terrific stop and throws out Young. Now, I'll say this, Escobar known for his glove, and he showed it off there.
Purely reaction here, just a bullet. And sure-handed.
I always marvel at how shallow they have to play because of the speed of Young. So that ball getting it on you just a click faster.
We've seen some pretty good shortstops in the last few weeks with Andrelton Simmons and Echeverria in Miami, and this guy Escobar. Now Juan Lagares 1 for 3, singled and scored back in the first. David Wright hit a 2-run homer in the first, and that's been all the scoring. As Coleman misses outside. Runs that sinker inside. 2-0. David Wright waits on deck. Lewis Coleman, who pitched his college baseball at LSU out of Greenwood, Mississippi. And he falls behind on Lagares, 3-1.
Watch where he lands. He throws across his body. You see his number. It's almost like he's stepping in his own dugout. That torque. Got to be a strong man to do that.
Also gives him that sinking action too.
Lagares takes a fastball strike, 3-2.
Interesting take there by Lagares. 3-1. It's like a pitch you'd like to hit, wouldn't you?
I think he's trying to show that he can be a more patient hitter.
Okay.
I think this is what
they're telling him to do.
Yeah, I think they're trying to take a little bit of aggressiveness away. And he goes down swinging for the second out.
You know, in that at bat, he was shaking his left wrist. It'd be interesting if he just tweaked it just a little bit. This swing is not the swing we've seen from Lagares.
I don't think he just picked it up out of the hand. I think he kind of got a funny motion out there and he didn't pick it up.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now David Wright, who accounted for all the scoring tonight with one big swing back in the first inning. A 2-run homer off Wade Davis, his 16th of the year. And Dylan G has made it stand up to this point.
Well, this is all about the game right here. This is the deciding blow so far. 2-0 ball game, 2-run shot in the first.
Marlon Byrd would be next. All's quiet in the Mets bullpen. Scott Rice was up in the last inning, and I think we all thought that G would probably be done after getting through that 7th inning jam, but maybe not.
No.
got the towel wrapped. That means he's coming out.
1-2 to right. And the breaking ball, he went around, strike 3. So Coleman pitches a 1-2-3 inning, strikes out a pair. And looks like G is staying in for the 8th inning, working with a 2-0 lead. Dylan G back to the mound, 99 pitches under his belt. Lorenzo Cain will be the first man up against G in the 8th inning. Cain came in on a double switch in the last inning. Cain, the regular center fielder for the Royals, missed a few days with a groin injury, returned yesterday, took a home run away with a circus catch against the fence. Back on the bench today, but now in with a double switch. Cain, a former Milwaukee Brewer, hitting a 260. He also came in that Zach Greinke deal with Escobar. And G falls behind 2-0. Interesting decision here to have G start the inning. Remember, the Mets are without Bobby Parnell tonight. David Aardsma is going to close if Terry Collins needs a closer tonight. You got 2 left-hand hitters to follow in Gordon and Hosmer, so this might be G's only batter in the 8th inning.
I agree.
With Scott Rice ready in the bullpen and LaTroy Hawkins getting ready. Behind 3-0, and there's a strike.
The only thing I'm worried about in today's game is that starting pitchers tend to manage while they're out there, and after they get a big out and know the pitch count, they are walking off and figure a lot of times that they're done.
And there goes the adrenaline. There's ball 4. So G issues a leadoff walk, his second walk of the night, and that's going to be all. So Terry Collins sent him out there to face one batter in the 8th inning. That didn't work out. And now Scott Rice will come in to face the left-hand hitters Gordon and Hosmer. Well, a terrific night for Dylan G. He goes 7 innings plus. Scott Rice in. Last time he pitched in Miami, he struck out the side 2 nights ago. He'll face Alex Gordon with 1 on and nobody out. And he comes inside, he hits him with a pitch, and all of a sudden the Royals have the tying runs on base. Gordon gets nicked by the first pitch thrown by Scott Rice.
Well, his fastball is always going to run in on the left-handers anyways, and just catches his jersey just enough.
So now trouble brewing in the 8th inning. First and second and nobody out. Eric Hosmer is the batter. Hosmer is 0 for 3, grounded out twice and flied out. And Hosmer takes a slider off the plate for ball 1. Philip G after watching Rice hit Gordon with a pitch.
Oh, he's mad at himself for the initial walk.
Yep.
It's the first batter Rice has hit all season, and it's put him in a predicament here in the 8th inning. You got a right-hand batter, Salvador Perez, on deck, and then another left-hand hitter in Mike Moustakas. LaTroy Hawkins up in the bullpen, and Rice falls behind on Hosmer 2-0.
Hosmer is looking for something middle of the plate in.
I would do just the opposite.
Yeah,
2-0. They're going to try to get a fastball away, just set up outside, looking to that left center field gap.
Here's the 2-0. And Hosmer takes a strike, a slider, 2-1.
Good slider. Not one, a 2-0 to swing at. Good pitch.
Rice's workload has diminished over the last month, and with it his effectiveness has increased as Aaron Crow, the 8th inning pitcher for the Royals, gets up. Two-one from Rice, and Hosmer hits a comebacker. Rice to second, low throw. Quintanilla handles it, but they can't turn the double play. Not a great throw by Rice, and that cost him any chance to turn 2. Now runners at the corners and 1 out.
You remember a couple homestands ago when Rice went to third base, Garen, that comebacker, and this time he learned his lesson. That lead runner is not going to win the ball game or tie it. The back runner is the guy you want.
That's a nifty footwork by Quintanilla with the left leg. Oops.
Did they have a chance to get 2 with a better throw?
No, I don't think so. Ball hit way too softly.
LaTroy Hawkins will come in to face Salvador Perez. First and third, tying runs on for the Royals in the 8th. We'll be right back. Well, LaTroy Hawkins comes on with the tying runs on base in the 8th.
Well, he's been pitching in the 8th inning for the last 2 months now of the season. Been pretty spot on. Could use a ground ball here.
He's got the 3 and 4 hitters to face. Right hand batting Salvador Perez and left hand hitting Mike Moustakas. Perez tonight 1 for 3. He had the first hit against G in the 4th inning. G allowed only 3 hits over 7 innings plus. Kane is at third. Hosmer the tying run at first with 1 out. Mets hoping for a ground ball to work with against the slow-footed Perez. Hawkins had 2 scoreless outings in Miami Monday and Tuesday. And Perez hits the ground ball. Wright has to wait for it. Gets the out at second. Murphy with the turn. Not in time, and a run comes home. Just not hit hard enough to turn a double play. And Kane comes in with the first Kansas City run. 2-1 New York.
Pitch jammed Perez. Not hit hard enough. David gets rid of it quickly. Murph probably would have been better. So it was close. Nice try. Nice turn by Murph. Hosmer all over Murph there.
So the run is charged to G. His line is complete. 7 innings plus, 1 run, 3 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Outstanding outing for G. And now the tying run at first with 2 out, and Mike Moustakas the batter. Moustakas is 0 for 3. And he takes a fastball high for ball 1. Billy Butler has come out on deck. The pitcher's spot is due up next. So Ned Yost keeps looking for that spot to use his big club off the bench. And if Moustakas gets on, this would be the spot. Moustakas takes a strike. 1-1. Moustakas has had 1 career at bat against Hawkins, 0 for 1. Of course, LaTroy has pitched everywhere against everybody. One, and he buries that in the dirt. 2-1. Perez the tying run at first with 2 out. Two and 1 to Moustakas. Pulled off the glove of Mike. He recovers in plenty of time, and Hawkins has to dive for it, and he got the bad side retired. Well, I couldn't handle the hop, and then he made a poor throw, but Hawkins was able to bail him out and get the bag, and the Mets get through the 8th inning with the lead.
With the back leg.
That's a heck of a play by Hawkins. And he could have got killed.
That's a tough pickup.
That's big league. Wow, what a play.
Right foot, back foot. Good job by Moustakas, too.
There was a day when someone would have probably clocked him.
just saving the Mets a mess.
Well, I mean, that's a bad feed, number one, and just a great play. And look at, like Ronnie said, with that right leg kicking in the bag. And
the back heel.
Yeah, and he really could have got hurt here.
Well,
so just a terrific play.
We saw Marlon Byrd do the 35-year-old flying maneuver to make a catch earlier in the game, and Hawkins right about done him there. Marlin leads off in the home 8th inning with the Mets up 2-1. Lewis Coleman works his second inning in relief and gets one over to Byrd. Marlin 1 for 3 at a base hit back in the 3rd inning. Coleman set the Mets down 1-2-3 in the 7th. If you're just joining us, Bobby Parnell is not available again tonight. He has a stiff neck. Saw the doctor today. Probably is not going to pitch all weekend. And so David Aardsma is the designated closer for the Mets tonight, and he is up now in the Mets bullpen. Aardsma was a closer of great note for a couple of years for Seattle. But the Mets would love to get him some breathing room here and get an insurance run in the 8th. Byrd hits one out to center, and Dyson is right there. One out. Remember, the pitcher spot leads off for Kansas City in the 9th, and now in a one-run game, you have to assume Ned Yost will use Billy Butler in that spot. If you get another run, maybe he goes in a different direction. Murphy moved down to the 5-hole tonight. It's gone 0 for 3. Grounded out twice and flied out to center his last time up. And Coleman gets the slider over for a strike. John Buck on deck. The Kansas City bullpen came in with the best numbers in the American League, and they've lived up to that so far tonight. Murphy trying to take that one the other way and fouls it off.
Well, from a left-handed hitter's point of view, a little easier to deal with because he's going to be a sinker baller. But for a right-hand hitter, that is not a day in the park.
Now the 1-2, and Murphy hits it in the air to deep right field. Back goes Kane to the warning track, back near the wall to make the catch. And Murphy gave it a ride for a long second out.
Is it me or these Kansas City outfielders make everything look easy?
Ball just got in enough on Murph.
Kane played that like he's been playing here all year.
No, towards the end, Murph was a little quick.
So 2 out and nobody on now. John Buck, and he takes a strike. Well, in Miami tonight, the Marlins brought the Indians' 8-game winning streak to an end. Miami wins 10-0, but the big story, Jose Fernandez struck out 13 in his last start, struck out 14 tonight.
Wow.
14 strikeouts in 8 innings for the now 21-year-old for the Marlins. He walked 1 tonight. So that last 2 starts, 16 innings, 1 walk, 27 strikeouts.
That's that trophy they give to rookies, doesn't it?
This Lewis Coleman is impressive.
Mike Davis would be next. Now the 1-2 to Buck, and he struck him out with a breaking ball. Very impressive 2 innings for Lewis Coleman. 6 up, 6 down, and he struck out 3. Now we go to the 9th, and Aardsma on to try and get the save with the Mets up 2-1. York sports tonight after the post game. We've got the quarterback battle with the Jets. We've got the A-Rod mess, and we've got the golf as well. Geico Sports Night tonight after the post game, only on SNY. In 2009 and 2010, David Aardsma saved 69 games for the Seattle Mariners. He has not had a save since 2010.
Well, you can tell that a little different feeling here for Aardsma, given the chance with Parnell with the aching neck.
Well, it will not be Billy Butler to pinch hit, at least not initially. It's going to be the 39-year-old Miguel Tejada to pinch hit for the Royals leading off in the ninth. Tejada's had a good year and a comeback season. Did not play in the major leagues last year. And he takes a fastball strike from Aardsma. Tejada hitting at 287 in a part-time role. Alcides Escobar on deck, and then you have to figure Butler will bat for Elliott Johnson, who is due up third in the inning.
Look at those numbers.
He has had himself quite a career. Aardsma is throwing harder than we've seen him at any time since he joined the Mets.
This is called adrenaline, Gary. It's a whole different ball of wax in the ninth inning.
He's jacked up.
Two to Miguel Tejada. Up and in. All heat from Aardsma. This is as hard as he threw back in his saving days with the Mariners. He was a 94, 95 kind of guy.
He was saving games against the Oakland Athletics, and Tejada was their shortstop.
Tejada has a base hit in his only career at bat against Aardsma. Now the 1-2. The breaking ball and miss. 2-2. David Aardsma was in spring training with the Yankees. They let him go. Signed with the Marlins. Had an opt-out in his contract. Exercised it. The Mets signed him. Called him up, and he improved the bullpen from the day he arrived. Now getting a chance to close. 2-2. Drive to center field. Lagares on his horse toward the gap. And he's not going to get there. It hops against the wall. Tejada heads for second, and he's in with a leadoff double. So Tejada comes through as a pinch hitter, and the Royals have the tying run in scoring position with nobody out.
Got a fastball up and too much plate. Right down the middle. And he clocked it.
Still a pretty quick bat at age 39.
Nice level swing right there.
When you're a team that's won 9 straight, you're playing loosey-goosey here in the ninth inning.
Well, now it's Alcides Escobar, not Elliott Johnson. Escobar is 0 for 3 tonight. Johnson would be next, but Billy Butler is out on deck to bat for him. So how do you play it if you're Ned Yost? Do you play it for the bunt, go for the tie? Or do you have Escobar swing away?
You've got a 235 hitter, you're bunting.
Fouls it off.
You got to play for the tie here, even though you play for the tie at home and you play for the win on the road. I've never bought into that.
The thing about it, though, you're playing the semi for the tie because Butler can hit the ball out of the ballpark, so that can change it in one swing of the bat.
And the other piece is, if you're Ned Yost, you know you have the bullpen advantage going forward in this game with Parnell not available, edging out. 1-1 to Escobar.
I've never bought into that. At home, you play for the tie because you're the bottom half of the order, and on the road, you play for the win. I just think they got a 9-game winning streak. This Kansas City team has made a run to get back into the division race. They're in a tough division. You get a win any way you can get it. You want to get back in the ball game. We got a bullpen that's solid.
He's going to swing, and he takes inside. So they showed bunt on the first 2 pitches, ready to swing that time. Royals 21-17 in 1-run games. Mets 18-20. Tejada the tying run at second and nobody out. Davis and Wright still in at the corners after Escobar did not show bunt the last pitch. And again ready to swing, and Aardsma falls behind 3-1.
I think in this instance, when a guy wanted to bunt early, you got to let him bunt early and make a play. Can't make the play at third, at least you got an out.
That's going to get somebody else up in the bullpen right now. As Aardsma, after getting ahead on Tejada, 0-2 to start the inning, now struggling. Three and 1 to Escobar. And ball four. So the Royals now have the tying and go-ahead runs on base, and their slugger Butler is being called back to the dugout.
Absolutely.
We'll see what they do here. Elliott Johnson is the scheduled hitter, and I would think he'll now bat, and they'll have him bunt. And there's Johnson with the bat and coming out.
Well, Danny Worthington's going to come out. It's a funny thing, that adrenaline. They can work for you, they can work against you.
The Royals have been raging hot.
Ned Yost just letting these guys play.
Looking for their first 10-game winning streak since 1994. And Carlos Torres, who is scheduled to be the starting pitcher tomorrow, is up in the bullpen. And that'll tell you how strapped the Mets bullpen is right now. Parnell unavailable because of the bad neck. Edgin on the disabled list. Feliciano just arrived. And Torres pressed into service. Now, he pitched in relief the other day in Miami, what was supposed to be between starts, and he may be pitching again between starts, and the Mets will make some other plans for tomorrow. So Johnson up there, and the Mets look for the bunt with first and second and nobody out. And Johnson gets a beauty down. Aardsma will have to go to first, and he better hurry, and he just nips him. So the sacrifice perfectly executed by Elliott Johnson, 1-4, to move the tying run to third Tejada, and the lead run to second Escobar. And now Billy Butler will come up, and we'll see if the Mets decide to walk him with Lorenzo Cain on deck.
Got him by a full step, but it looked dangerous there for a while.
Gosh, would you walk?
You got to walk him, don't you? This is the guy who can beat you, but he also does strike out. So
I'd walk him.
Yeah. I think you got. I mean, the problem that you run into is that Cain, the on deck hitter, is very fast. So a tough guy to double up.
I mean, this is the situation you want to stay out of all night long. Butler on the bench and a chance to win the ball game for Kansas City.
I feel like I just woke up from a long nap. Pedro Feliciano's up in the bullpen. And the Mets will intentionally walk Billy Butler. There's only one player left on the bench now for Kansas City. That's their backup catcher, a left-hand hitter, George Contreras. So with the tying and go-ahead runs in scoring position, the Mets opt to walk Butler intentionally as the pinch hitter. And they'll deal with Lorenzo Cain, who's batting in the 9-hole. So Aardsma has made it very difficult on himself. And now we'll take on the speedy Cain, who has grounded into 9 double plays this year. And that's what Aardsma will hope for here. A ground ball for the infield to work with.
He's got a big swing, so he doesn't get out of the box as quick as a guy that has his type of speed.
He also strikes out a lot. 73 strikeouts in 320 at bats. So Aardsma has given up a double, a walk, a sacrifice, and an intentional walk to fill the bases, trying to hold a 1-run lead in the 9th. Tejada the tying run at third. Escobar the go-ahead run at second. Butler at first and 1 out. Mets will be in at the corners. Double play depth at second and short. Cain has batted once in this game. He walked and scored the lone Kansas City run in the 8th. And Cain, first pitch swinging, fouls off the fastball.
Well placed by Aardsma, right in the corner on the knees.
"31-year-old David Aardsma back in the fire." 0-1 to Cain.
Ooh.
Just missed.
Could have called that pitch. I think he catches a part of the plate. Let's check it out.
Oh, it did.
1-1. Foul back. Another fastball away. And now Arnsma had 1-2.
Arnsma is throwing hard. He knows he's got to bring it. Reaching back here. He's heading the count now.
One-two. Fly ball center field. Tejada tags. Lagares makes the catch. Tejada comes home. The throw goes to second. The Royals have tied the game on a sacrifice fly by Lorenzo Cain. It's 2-2. So Arnsma unable to secure the save. And the Royals have gotten even in the ninth. And now they have the go-ahead run at third.
It's a hanging slider here. Not a good pitch right there to rip.
I think it shows a lot about what we talked about before the game. These guys don't strike out. They put the ball in play.
And could it be 36-year-old Pedro Feliciano, just back from the minor leagues, ready to make his first appearance since 2010, comes into a tie game in the ninth inning with the go-ahead run at third base. Perpetual Pedro makes his return when we come back.
Please, now pitching for the Mets, number 55, Pedro Feliciano.
After missing 2 full years, Pedro Feliciano makes his return and gets the first pitch breaking ball over for a strike to Alex Gordon.
Whenever you think of Pedro Feliciano, you think of one thing: clutch, not afraid to pitch in these situations.
Ike playing behind the runner at first. That runner means nothing.
Time a go-ahead run at third with 2 out. Escobar, the runner at third. Butler at first with 2 down. Gordon tonight 0 for 3, was hit by a pitch by Scott Rice his last time up.
Gordon's got some speed. Is Butler that slow that playing behind he can't take the extra base? Maybe.
And now Feliciano throwing 85. Gets ahead 1-2. The Mets were hoping that he could throw 85 miles an hour. 3 years ago, he set the Mets club record with 92 appearances. Led the majors 3 years in a row. That earned him a big deal with the Yankees, but he never threw a pitch for them with all sorts of shoulder problems. Re-signed with the Mets as a minor league free agent and now back in a Mets uniform in a big spot. 1-2 to Gordon. Slow ground ball. Murphy slides over to get it, and the side is retired. Feliciano gets a king size down in the top of the ninth after the Royals rallied it tied against David Ardsman. Now the Mets come up in the bottom of the ninth in a 2-2 game. In the ballpark after the game started to hugs from his teammates. His return to the major leagues after a 2-year absence, and his return to the Mets. And now, after getting a huge out in the top of the ninth inning, he gets more congratulations. Hi, Terry. Nice to see you.
That's amazing.
This is the first time that Pedro has played for Terry Collins in the major leagues. Last time Pedro was a Met, Terry wasn't the manager. Miguel Tejada stays in at second base. Lorenzo Cain moves from right field to center. Elliot Johnson moves from second base to right. Aaron Crow will pitch and bat eighth for Kansas City.
Well, went to the University of Missouri. Crow was one. He had an interesting path to the major leagues. Drafted by the Nationals. Said he didn't want to sign with a losing organization and had to wait for the next draft.
Ike Davis has been on base 3 times in a row. 2 singles and a walk tonight. And Crow misses inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Yet another very hard thrower out of that bullpen. Averages 95 with his fastball. The Royals have gotten 3 hitless innings out of their bullpen so far. Omar Quintanilla on deck, then the pitcher's spot. Mets have an all right-handed bench again tonight. Turner, Brown, Satin, Wecker. Now Crow behind on Davis, 2-0. And he throws a fastball in for a strike, 2-1.
Who needs to walk off more tonight? Nobody in baseball.
Take a base hit. Terry Collins has a full bench.
Now the 2-1. And Davis pulls one, base hit. Chasing it toward the corner is Johnson. Davis heads for second. And Ike slides in safely with a leadoff double. Big night for Ike Davis. And the Mets have the winning run at second base with nobody out.
Gets a fastball, pulls it out, and let's go with one hand, guarding the line, just out of the reach. Ball's ripped. Pinch runner for Ike. And that's got to feel good for Ike here. His first game back off the road trip and a big 3 for 3.
8th double of the year for Davis. And the Mets are in business in the bottom of the 9th. Andrew Brown will run for Davis. And Omar Quintanilla will go up there and try and bunt Brown over to third. Only the second 3-hit game for Davis this year.
Execution has been lacking all night. Little execution now.
Quintanilla at the plate. Justin Turner on deck to pinch hit. Omar gets the bunt down beautifully. Moustakas to first base. And over to third goes Andrew Brown with the winning run. 5-4 on the sacrifice, and the Mets are a fly ball away from a win.
Beautiful bunt. Perfect. Textbook.
Well, you want to get the third baseman to field the ball. We all know baseball 101. It vacates third base. It's a beautiful bunt. Justin Turner will be the pinch hitter.
Royals pitching coach Dave Island will make a trip to the mound to talk to Crow before he goes after Turner, probably just to remind him, hey, you got 2 bases to play with.
Yeah, 2 bases to play with. Scouting report on Turner. You know, the scouting report for Turner for me is that he's trying to go the other way. He wants the ball out over the plate.
Well, the other issue, too, if you walk the bases loaded, then you're going to bring David Wright to the plate. Lagares would be the first batter, and then Wright. So I think Ned Yost wants to stay away from Wright.
And if you walk Turner and face Young, then you have to bring the infield in anyway, because it's hard to double up Young. So the infield comes in, the outfield comes in. Turner just 4 for 26 as a pinch hitter. And Crow in a situation where he needs a strikeout. Brown the potential winning run at third and 1 out. 2-2 last of the 9th. And Turner takes a strike. Boom. Something off speed to start him off.
Turner's a good guy to have up in this situation. He knows how to use the right side of the infield to hit the ball up in the air to the opposite field.
And Turner trying to hold on the slider, but went around, and now he's in a 2-strike hole.
Gosh, what a wicked breaking ball. That's not a strike, but my goodness, tough to lay off. Outfield way in properly for Kansas City.
Only can play as deep as you can throw. A fly ball wins it for New York. But Turner behind 0-2. And he goes down on strikes. 3 pitches, 3 breaking balls from Crow. And Turner is struck out for the second out. The Mets have had such a devil of a time over the last 2 weeks getting a runner in from third with less than 2 out. They've succeeded now only once in their last 10 chances.
We didn't talk about it. What a block here by Paris.
Yes, sir. Ooh. I did not think that Turner swung.
So now it's left to Eric Young, but they're going to walk him intentionally and pitch instead to the rookie Lagares.
Absolutely. I agree here.
Well, you have fear of infield hit here, among other things, with Young.
That's right.
So Lagares will get the chance after the intentional walk to Young.
Saw Lagares have a big at-bat in Nationals, against the Nationals. Very aggressive, almost overly aggressive. See what he learns from that.
Well, you're always going to let a rookie beat you, not a veteran in this situation. Well, this Royal bullpen has lived up to everything that we've heard about it.
A very rough at bat for Justin Turner.
Let me just see here. Yeah, he did. He did. So they got some arms.
Will confer at the mound again before they go after Lagares. Juan is 1 for 4 tonight. Single was scored back in the first. Well, the Mets had been very efficient at getting that runner in until just recently. 1 for their last 10. Well, Juan Lagares was moved up to the number 2 hole tonight. Only the second time this year, and now he has a chance to be a hero in the bottom of the ninth in that 2 spot. Hosmer tells his pitcher that he's going to play behind Young. So I'm sure Eric will take off here. Take that force off. He goes. And Lagares takes high for ball 1.
Now, don't be taken here. He's 1-0, even though it's an open base. Sit on a fastball. If you get it, take a rip.
Defensive indifference moves Young to second. The only man that matters is Brown. He's at third. 1-0 to Lagares, who's 1 for 4 on the night. And Juan swings and misses at a slider. 1-1.
Crow has a major league hammer, does he not, Ronnie?
He does.
Oh, my word.
Ike Davis led off the inning with a double. He was bunted to third by Quintanilla. Pinch runner Brown still there with 2 out. 1-1 to Lagares. And he goes after another breaking ball. So Crow against the right-hand hitters, getting them to flail with pitches out of the strike zone.
Now, I'll say this about interleague play. I don't like interleague play. It's like a World Series. You haven't seen these pitchers, and we're going to face this kid for the first time. It's an advantage pitcher, and he's got a yellow hammer. Oh, my goodness.
1-2 to Juan Lagares. And it's just off the plate. 2-2. All sliders.
Red Sox got a call yesterday in the game on a 2-strike pitch, but I think Jim Joyce got that right just off the plate. Look good, though.
Tough to take.
2-2 last of the ninth. 2-2 to Lagares. And he hits a little nubber foul. Lagares did not move. Perez, hoping that would be a fair ball, immediately slapped the tag on Lagares just in case.
It's a hard play because if it's out front and you run, you probably run into the baseball.
Well, it was fair when it hit the ground, but foul by the time Perez picked it up. Again, the 2-2. And Lagares hits a slow ground ball foul. Twice in a row, he's wasted away tough pitches.
So no one's had a good swing at Crow's breaking ball. And it's more like a curveball to me, Ron. I mean, it's got some serious downward tilt.
Royals rallied for a run in the 8th and a run in the 9th to tie. The Mets looking for the big moment to take it back. 2-2 to Lagares. To the second baseman. Tejada's got it, and we're going to extra innings at Citi Field. A leadoff double, but the Mets could not convert, and we head to the 10th. Mets and Royals tied at 2. Torres, who was supposed to start the game tomorrow afternoon, instead being used out of the bullpen with the Mets having a need tonight.
Boy, mentally, that's got to be an interesting thing for Torres. Comes to the ballpark, getting ready for his start tomorrow, and probably as soon as he heard of the injuries, was told to just in case. Well, it's just in case.
Which I imagine would mean that Jeremy Hefner will move up and pitch tomorrow. And we'll have to wait and see on that. In any event, Torres on for the 10th. Eric Hosmer leads off for Kansas City. And he takes the cutter low and inside for ball one. Hosmer's 0 for 4 tonight. The Royals got a leadoff double from Tejada in the 9th, and they converted that into the tying run. The Mets got a leadoff double from Davis in the bottom of the 9th, but could not bring him around. Torres finds the inside corner 1-1.
2 successive days for the Mets. Juan Pierre yesterday, Miguel Tejada today.
Hosmer fouls it back, and it's 1-2. Salvador Perez on deck. Mike Moustakas behind him. The Royals have won 9 straight games, and they've shown us a little bit of why in this game tonight. Rallying in the 8th and 9th, and their bullpen has been tremendous. 4 scoreless innings behind the starter Wade Davis to give them a chance to come back. And the curveball sits high. 2-2 to Hosmer. Well, Torres worked in relief in Miami 2 nights ago. Worked a 1-2-3 inning. That was supposed to be in lieu of his between starts work. And now here he is back 2 nights later.
That's still 4 more arms in that bullpen for Kansas City. 3 righties and a lefty,
including their closer Greg Holland, who has 28 saves. Hosmer fouls it back. Mets got 7 innings plus from Dylan G. Held the Royals scoreless for 7. Was left in to face the leadoff hitter in the 8th. He walked Lorenzo Cain, who eventually came around to score. Scott Rice worked a third of an inning, hit a batter. LaTroy Hawkins came in, made an incredible defensive play to save further damage after the first run scored in the 8th. And then after David Arnsma blew the save in the top of the 9th, Pedro Feliciano came back from oblivion to get a huge out and keep the game tied. That's Luis Mendoza, who was bumped from the starting rotation recently up in the Kansas City bullpen. Pulled to the right side, threw into right field for a base hit for Hosmer. So another leadoff base runner late in the game for the Royals. A leadoff walk in the 8th, a leadoff double in the 9th, and now Hosmer a leadoff hit in the 10th.
Hard to tell what that pitch was. Looked like a little maybe changeup on the outside part.
So now Salvador Perez, who is 1 for 4, had a fielder's choice grounder to drive in a run in the 8th. Nobody looking for the bunt here with the number 3 hitter up. Hosmer, like just about everybody else on this Royals team, can steal a base. Kansas City 7-1 in extra innings. The Mets, who have played their share of marathons this year, are 6-7. And Perez has to vacate. 1-0. Mike Moustakas, a left-hand hitter, waiting on deck. Perez pops one foul. Turner coming over, but it's out of play. 1-1.
Perez looks from tonight's at bats anyways that it's pretty natural for him to hit the ball to the right side. Against that cutter of Torres plays into his strength. Rusty Kuntz, the first base coach, talking to Hosmer.
1-1 to Perez. Fly ball right field. Easy for Marlon Byrd. And that's the first out of the inning. So Perez is retired. Hosmer holds at first with 1 out. And Mike Moustakas coming up. If you're wondering about all the bullpen machinations and you're just joining us, Bobby Parnell still on the sidelines with a stiff neck and might be out all weekend, but not on the disabled list. Josh Edgin is on the disabled list. He has a fractured rib, and Edgin might miss the rest of the season. That's why Pedro Feliciano's back in a Mets uniform. All those maneuverings also why Carlos Torres is pitching out of the bullpen in the 10th inning. Swing and miss by Moustakas, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Moustakas hit the ground ball in the 8th inning that banked off Ike Davis. Davis then made a low throw, and LaTroy Hawkins made an incredible play to dive, pick it out of the dirt, and backheel the bag to get the 3rd out in the 8th. One and one.
You know, Gary and Keith, the one thing that a 6-man rotation affords you, though, she can move up Hefner because he's pitching on 4 days rest. It's not a horrible call.
The problem would come on Sunday because the next starter would be Zach Wheeler, but he'd be on 3 days rest, and that wouldn't work. Fastball away, 2-1. Right, Wheeler pitched. No, Wheeler pitched Tuesday, so he would be on regular rest. My mistake. So that would work out. So everybody's got to kind of make adjustments on the fly. That's right. The plan this week was to have Wheeler and Harvey both pitch on 2 extra days of rest. Wheeler was going to go Tuesday, Mejia Wednesday, and Harvey Thursday against Colorado.
That would have been Harvey Thursday pitching.
And Wheeler Tuesday instead. It may end up being Tuesday.
Get ready.
2-1. Moustakas swings and misses at the cutter. 2-2.
Moustakas is big blind hole upstairs. He got a big uppercut. Look, he's on this pitch. It's right there to tee up, and he got a big uppercut.
Two and 2 to Moustakas with 1 out and 1 on in the 10th. He fouls back that one.
Just never seen so many players swing and fall over the plate awkwardly across the plate to the other side. Just see it all the time. They're swinging for the downs.
Mike Moustakas has some Mets in his bloodlines. He is the nephew of former Mets hitting coach Tom Robinson.
That's right.
Here's the 2-2. Pulled down to first. Turner on the backhand. Out at second. Quintanillas relay. Who's covering? Safe at first.
Oh my!
Little mix up there between Turner and Torres.
We almost got another pitcher killed. Nice play by Turner. Perfect feed. And Turner has no business. He's out of position. Torres is there.
Well, what happens? Torres thought that Turner was going to throw that ball and come back to first base 3-6-3, but he never did.
Boy, oh boy, that could have been, Torres could have been trampled.
So the inning remains alive. Moustakas at first with 2 down, and here's Miguel Tejada, who scored the tying run in the 9th inning after a leadoff double.
I mean, look at this. This is what we saw with Hudson. Remember, he got stepped on. Oh, gosh.
Just got that foot out of the way, and Moustakas a big man.
2 at-bats in a row from Moustakas trying to avoid the pitcher.
And not a good throw on the double play from Quintanilla. It's short.
Well, who was he throwing to? Hit hard. Quintanilla on the backhand. Almost got knocked over, but gets the force to end the inning. So Torres pitches a scoreless 10th. And now the Mets will have David Wright leading off in the bottom of the 10th inning, trying to pull one out in their final turn at bat. Wright has accounted for all the offense tonight for the Mets with a 2-run homer. They'll try and provide the finish as well as we go to the bottom of the 10th. New York City on a Friday night. There's a lot going on down there. Look at all that traffic.
Broadway.
All those people.
Yeah.
Times Square, center of the universe.
When's the ball going to drop on this game?
It's a nice panorama. Empire State all lit up and beautiful. Luis Mendoza, who until recently was in the rotation for Kansas City, will pitch the bottom of the 10th.
Hasn't pitched a game in 11 days. He's been the man forgotten in that bullpen after losing his job in the rotation.
Bruce Chen took over that spot and will pitch against the Mets tomorrow. David Wright leads off the home 10th and takes a breaking ball off the plate. David hit a 2-run homer back in the first inning, his 16th of the year, the 220th of his career, and the Mets have not scored since. And his uppercut home run swing there.
I mean, it's hard to believe that this guy's knocked out of rotation. He's got nasty stuff too.
It is an embarrassment of riches in that Kansas City bullpen. They've got 4 scoreless innings on 1 hit from their bullpen tonight. Yet the Mets certainly had their opportunity. The leadoff double by Ike Davis in the 9th, the perfect bunt by Quintanilla, but the Mets unable to get the run in. And now Mendoza behind on right, 3-1 with Bird and Murphy to follow here at the bottom of the 10th. The Royals 2 runs and 5 hits. The Mets 2 runs and 9 hits. For Mendoza. Hit sharply toward the middle of the diamond. Over goes Tejada. Makes the off-balance throw and throws it away. And David is limping and he's hurt. Wright is hurt. He's been battling a hamstring.
And he's got one.
Trying not to push it too hard. And it looks like it just went on him. Wow. The last thing in the world that the Mets wanted to see. David Wright coming up limping.
Extra innings, just trying to push it. Anything to get on base with a base hit.
Yes, sir.
And he's going to have to come out. Whoa. Well, he's been battling that hamstring that started to cramp on him in Washington. He had the problem in Miami again, trying to push through it, but not run hard unless he really had to. But he had to there. And he comes up limping and heading off to the clubhouse.
Tejada throws a lollipop over there, and that's when David pulled up lame here just in the end. Hustling down. Oh, there it is. That's the hammy.
That's that right leg that has troubled him for the last week or so. Terry Collins said he trusted that David would be able to play through it, that he would not push it. But certain circumstances call on you to push it. And Wright comes up with a hamstring injury, and we can only hope that it's not a serious one.
You could see it when he was running down first. He recognized that he had a chance for a hit. His head went down, and as soon as his head went down, this hamstring went.
Well, it'll have to be Josh Satin to run for him. The Mets only have Satin and Recker left on the bench, and Satin can go in and play third base.
Maybe a pitcher,
it's
though.
It's going to be Zach Wheeler. Might have a little more speed than Satin. So Zach Wheeler. This is something that Terry's been reluctant to do, use his young pitchers as pinch runners. This was Wednesday when he stole second base and grabbed at that hamstring at the end of the play.
And he had a cramp, and I was concerned when I saw this on my sofa and saw this. And, you know, it's a difficult thing for a manager to say. I know Terry Collins said that David knows his body, and there he is pulling up lame more than anybody. But you know what? When you're a player and you've never had a leg injury, you don't know the difference. You just don't. You think you can play through it. And I tell you what, that's a pulled hamstring. That's at least 3 weeks.
The other piece of that is if he had not pulled up lame, he'd be on second base because that ball was thrown away. Marlon Byrd will bat. Wheeler, the pinch runner at first, and nobody out. And the reason I would imagine Satin did not run is that the pitcher's spot is 3 batters away, and they'll save Satin to bat in that spot if it comes up, and if not, he'll just go in and take right spot. Marlon tonight 1 for 4, singled back in the third. So the Mets get the leadoff man on for the second straight inning. There's Josh with the bat in his hands. And Byrd swings and bounces one toward third, a foul ball. The stock is playing right on the line. 1-1 to Byrd.
Sure, Zach Wheeler on first base. Make sure he can loose.
So many things have happened tonight. Dylan G with an outstanding start. David Wright hitting a home run in the first inning to tie Piazza for second on the Mets all-time list. Feliciano making his return after Ardsma blew the save in the absence of Parnell. Byrd fouls it off on the check swing 1-2, and now a potentially devastating circumstance for the Mets. David Wright leaving with a hamstring injury, and it looks like much more than a cramp this time. So the Mets will try and win it without their captain here in the bottom of the 10th. Mendoza ahead on Byrd 1-2. Marlon lays off the breaking ball 2-2. Daniel Murphy waiting on deck. Ronnie, you've pinch run as a pitcher.
Yeah.
Well, what do you need to think about in this spot, especially carrying the winning run?
Well, I think Tom Goodwin plays the big role here. You know, the first base coach. He's going to really walk you through everything that happens. I mean, there are no outs, line drive. That's what you got to see first. I don't think anyone expects you to be the primo base runner. Just don't do anything stupid.
Well, what concerned me the most would be, you know, the double up the gap, the play at the plate.
Well, you know what? When you're out there, if he did hit double, Tuffle might not send him because that gives you second and third with no outs. You would think you could get him in, but the way things have been, I think you're just trying to, you know, he was surprised into it. I never was surprised because they'd always used me. That's the difficult part for Zach.
2-2 to Byrd, and Marlon takes low and in. Good take there. 3-2.
If he goes with the sinker, that's down and in. Has the strength of Marlon.
Mendoza's not a big strikeout pitcher, but I can't imagine you'd send Wheeler.
No, he will not be going.
Three and two with nobody out. Wheeler carrying the winning run at first. Not going, and Bird fouls off the fastball. Kansas City bullpen has been spotless tonight. 4 scoreless innings. But Mendoza in immediate trouble on the infield hit by Wright to lead off the 10th. Again, the 3-2, and Bird pulls it foul.
Boy, Bird's quick in there, isn't he, Keith?
He is. It's a tough little sinker. This guy has a boring sinking fastball. He's got a heavy ball.
Almost the pitch that Bird's going to hit is the one that starts on the outside corner.
If he tries to get cute and throw a breaking ball.
Bird should.
I'm sorry, Garrett. You got that good hard sinker. He's got to just stay with it.
Bird should know Mendoza well. They were teammates in Texas a few years ago. Here's a 3-2. Outside, ball 4. Now the winning run goes to second base. That's a tremendous turn it back for Marlon Bird. Well, you got Murphy, Buck, and then Satin. Would you bunt with Murphy?
You put him in the 5th slot tonight for one reason: hit to drive in runs.
That's right. You don't bunt your big hitters.
Why change now? This would be the best time ever to drive in a run.
Murphy tonight is 0 for 4. You see he hasn't had a bunt in more than 2 years.
A couple of things that you got to worry about if you Wheeler here, and Tuffle probably has told him already. You get your lead, but don't get too big of a lead. Get a good secondary lead, not an initial lead. And second, you got to watch Perez. He loves to throw the ball around the diamond.
Now, if you're the defense for the Royals, you got a pitcher on second base, don't hold him on. And they're playing into corners. I don't believe it.
They're setting up thinking that Murphy will bunt.
And Murph loves that hole right in here.
Yeah.
And you got a sinker ball pitcher that likes to throw in the outside corner. It's a bad defensive placement right here. Very poor.
Murphy 0 for 4 tonight. Wheeler the winning run at second and nobody out. And Murphy swings and fouls back the fastball. 0-1.
And that was a pitch to hit right there.
Funny, Moustakas, the third baseman, looked in his dugout as soon as Murph swung the bat and said, "Hey, let me move back."
They're not. He's not bunting. They're doing a big favor. That hole right there to the left side of the infield.
Hosmer, the first baseman, just moved back. Moustakas staying in on the cutout.
Why even worry about a pitcher on second base? He's going nowhere.
Murphy hits one down the left field line. Back toward the corner. That ball is foul. Murphy taking a shot the other way. It's sliced away foul. So now Murphy finds himself in a 2-strike hole.
Boy, Keith, in that bat, one of the hardest things is sometimes the pitch that you should hit is that first pitch. And Murphy had it on the first one.
He had a good cut, too.
Yeah, he did have a great cut.
Wheeler, the pinch runner at second, carrying the winning run. Nobody out in the bottom of the 10th. Mets 2, Royals 2. 0-2 to Daniel Murphy. And he grounds one to the right side. Tejada gets the out at second. No relay, and the winning run moves to third. Not a good hard throw by Tejada, so no chance to get a double play. And now the Mets again are in a situation where a fly ball could win it.
Tejada kind of spiked that one, threw it at the feet of Escobar. How's that one?
He knew he had to. Yeah, he did, but he knew he had to rush the throw.
You're right.
Try to get to Murph hustling down the line.
So now you got Buck at the plate and Satin on deck. If you're Kansas City, how do you play this? Do you go after Buck, the veteran, or do you pitch to the rookie Satin?
You pitch to Buck because he's a double play candidate.
Yep. Are they going to walk?
How are they going to play their infield? They're looking in to determine that now.
Usually it's double play depth up the middle, and if you get a slow with the pitcher running, you get a slow ground ball up the middle, you come home.
So now Tejada and Escobar, the middle infielders, align themselves, playing most of the way in, maybe about halfway. So here's Buck. Wheeler the winning run at third and 1 out. And it's in the dirt, and Perez can't find it, but it's right there at his feet.
How about Murph? He could have went there.
Well, he'd love to take the double play out of order, but I'm not sure Murphy knew where it was.
I tell you what, Perez has made some nice plays back there.
Maybe it might have been that look Perez looked towards Murphy that kept him there. He wasn't looking at Murphy, he's looking where the ball was.
Well, on a ground ball, Murphy goes very hard into second to try and break up a double play. That would be key. 1-0 to Buck. That's off the corner of a strike, 1-1. Josh Satin is on deck to bat for the pitcher in the 7-hole. Buck has been very good at getting that runner in from third. And lately, he's been doing a terrific job making contact in RBI situations. But he's 0 for 4 tonight with 3 strikeouts. And Buck grounds one foul. And now he's down to the count 1-2.
Keith, what's Wheeler's responsibility on a ground ball? He's coming home.
He's got to come
Contact.
home. Got to come home.
If he knows he's dead, what does he do?
Tries to get a run down.
Yeah.
Try to get the runners advanced. Get someone to third.
Tuffle's got to be telling him those instructions right now.
Turner struck out in this spot in the 9th inning when the Mets had a chance to win it.
And a line drive, make sure it gets through the infield. Don't want to get doubled up.
Mendoza ahead 1-2 on Buck. And John fouls it off. Just got a piece of that breaking ball.
That was a hanger. Look at this, right? Oh, my word. Good cut under it.
Again, the 1-2. Line to short. Short hopped. Out at second. The relay by Tejada for the double play. And the inning is over. And Wheeler never moved off third base. The Buck hit it sharply, but right at Escobar, who starts the 6-4-3 double play. And we move on to the 11th at Citi Field. Escobar making sure that ball didn't get behind him. Murph did everything he could, but no matter. the Mets as we go to the 11th inning with David Wright injured. Josh Satin comes in to play first base. Justin Turner moves from first base to third base. And Carlos Torres will continue on into a second inning of relief a day before he was supposed to be a starting pitcher.
You've got a starter relieving. You've had a starter running the bases.
You've got your star player injured. You've got your closer injured. Everything conspiring against the Mets here. The Royals rallied for a run in the 8th and a run in the 9th to tie. The Mets had 2 golden chances to win it. They had a runner at third and less than 2 out in the 9th and again in the 10th, but unable to convert. And so Torres still out there chucking in the 11th. Alcides Escobar flies one into center field. And Juan Lagares eases over. 1 out at the top of the 11th. So Escobar now 0 for 4. 1 out and nobody on. Elliot Johnson, who began the game as the second baseman, now playing right field. He's walked, flied out, reached on an error, stole a base, and sacrificed. Officially 0 for 2. The pitcher spot is due up next. And Mendoza, the pitcher, is out on deck to bat for himself.
This kind of game, I think you got Mendoza in there for a while. You know, if he goes extra, he's going to like serve as your starting pitcher now.
They'll pitch unless they have a save chance, and then you'll see Holland.
There you go.
They do have 1 player left on the bench. Each team has 1 player left in the dugout. Fly ball, shallow right. Bird was playing deep, has to come on hard, slides and makes the catch. Well, Bird made a flying catch in the second inning. Now a sliding catch in the 11th. 2 out.
Well, Marlin has played solid defense all season and recovers from his playing deep. No doubles, tie ball game late, extra innings, I should say.
Those 2 great catches, 3 hours and 45 minutes apart for the 35-year-old.
So now the pitcher Mendoza bats with 2 out and nobody on. Mendoza 1 for 7 in his career. Started out with Texas for 3 years, now with Kansas City the last 3. Used as a starter and a reliever. Line over short, and that's a base hit for Mendoza. Well, not quite Rick Camp, but an extra inning hit for the relief pitcher Mendoza.
Looks like a good swing to me. A little cutter.
Yep.
They are playing loose, aren't they?
Why not?
What happens when you win 9 in a row?
So now Lorenzo Cain, who's been all over this game in the late innings for Kansas City, came in as a double switch and then batted in the 8th, drew a leadoff walk and scored the first Kansas City run, and then batted in the 9th and delivered a sacrifice fly for the second Kansas City run. Now bats with a runner at first and 2 out in the 11th and takes inside ball 1. Well, for a lot of American League managers, this is something different, managing these extra inning games in the National League. But of course, Ned Yost, 6 years at the helm with the Milwaukee Brewers, is all over this. I think American League managers love to manage National League games.
Yeah, at the end of the game, they'll kiddingly say to the media, "That wasn't so hard, was it?"
I'm sure somebody warned him before this series began. You know, the Mets play some long games. 1 and 2 to Lorenzo Cain. Torres continues to get the job done. Torres due to lead off in the bottom of the 11th inning. The Mets only have Anthony Recker left on the bench, so we'll see what Terry decides to do with that. And a foul tip held by Buck, strike 3. So Cain is out on strikes. 2 scoreless innings for Carlos Torres. And the Mets come to bat in the bottom of the 11th, still tied at 2. We go to the bottom of the 11th inning. Mets and Royals tied 2-2. Luis Mendoza getting ready for his second inning of relief after running the bases in the top of the inning. And the Mets will use their last available position player. Anthony Recker will bat for Carlos Torres. Now the Mets were without Bobby Parnell. They've used Rice, Hawkins, Arts, Mo Feliciano. Gonzalez Herman worked 2 innings yesterday. Scott Atchison worked a third of an inning yesterday, and those are the 2 available arms left in the Mets bullpen.
Well, Atchison should be the first one in the game. And then Herman if you have to.
Atchison is up now in the Mets bullpen, so if there is a 12th inning, it looks like Atchison will be the man.
That's my shot. Love that shot.
You know, there's a concert after the game tonight. OAR is here. I'm not sure they were planning to go on quite this late, but what the heck.
I think the last time we had a concert, we went extras.
So a lot of the crowd here for the game and the music, and so they are sticking around as the game moves toward the 4-hour mark. Mendoza worked in and out of trouble in the 10th inning, got the double play from Buck to get through it. Mets have had major threats in the 9th and 10th, but unable to convert. Now Recker, who's 0 for 7 as a pinch hitter this year, and he takes inside ball 1. Recker hit an extra inning home run against the Diamondbacks on July the 4th. That was a tying home run in extra innings. Remember that crazy game?
The game went back and forth. 15, I think.
That was 13.
13.
Hit down at third. Moustakas was playing right on the line, perfectly positioned, and throws out Recker 1 away. There's a lot of rosin on that hat. In that series, the Mets played 2 extra inning games with the Diamondbacks. I think that one did go 15 innings, the one Recker hit the home run in. It's hard to keep track.
There were 2 tie home runs in that game. Hit you back in, right? Neuenhuis, maybe?
Yeah, Neuenhuis at the opposite field shot. Mets have played a 20-inning game, a 16-inning game, and 2 15-inning games this year. Who does that?
They're not even done. 2 more months, too.
Here's Quintanilla, who's had a good night at the plate, 2 for 3 and a sacrifice. He had the bunt to move the winning run to scoring into third base in the 9th. But then Aaron Crow did a great job striking out Turner and getting Lagares on a ground ball to turn the Mets aside. And Omar fouls back the fastball 1-1. Turner's batting 9th in the order. He's on deck. Mets are now out of position players. They've already used Zach Wheeler to pinch run. They've used Carlos Torres, who was supposed to start tomorrow, for 2 innings out of the bullpen. Two and 1 to Quintanilla.
Do you catch Recker now? Just because of the Buck situation?
Oh, that's right. If he has to leave because his wife goes into labor, that's an outstanding point. You might have to. Three and 1 now to Quintanilla. Well, Brooke Buck is due today. But maybe she'll hang on for a few more days. John said she's feeling great, so that's a good thing. Here's ball 4, and Quintanilla is on with a 1-out walk. Oh, he's had a terrific night at the plate. Second walk-in relief issued by Mendoza. So now Justin Turner will get his second at bat. Turner struck out pinch hitting in the 9th inning on 3 pitches, 3 breaking balls from Aaron Crow. The Braves won again tonight. They beat the Phillies 6-4. That's 8 straight wins for Atlanta. So the Braves will have at least an 11.5 game lead at the end of the night.
Medlin with the win.
Boston and Tampa Bay both lost tonight, so the Red Sox stay a game ahead of the Rays. 1 out and 1 on for Turner. Diamondbacks beat the Red Sox 7-6, and the Rays lost to the Giants 4-1. Madison Bumgarner 11 wins now.
Yeah, he's the one guy in the rotation that's been spot on.
Quintanilla not a base stealing threat. Turner foul tips it. 0-1.
Well, this should be a little easier mark for Turner. Crowe was just outstanding. As good at breaking balls I've seen this year.
The Rockies, after being swept by the Braves, went into Pittsburgh and won tonight behind Jhoulys Chacín. And the Cardinals won. Perez was thinking about throwing behind Quintanilla, but the ball rolled around in his hand. So the Pirates lead is down to a half game over the Cardinals.
That is going to be a race in September, and we'll see how the Pirates react. When they got such a good pitching staff, I can't see them folding their tent.
Cardinals, after being beaten 4 straight times by the Pirates, scored 13 runs today for the 2nd straight day. And Quintanilla almost leaning the wrong way.
Almost didn't get his fingers back in time. Hosmer missed the tag anyway, but and Quintanilla is running, so both tipped their hand. Mendoza's coming. Turner called time. Joyce gave it to him, and Quintanilla was taking off 1-1.
Oh boy!
So the hit and run was on.
Possibly,
right?
I would think so.
Hit and run's on, and Turner called off the jam.
Well, Quintanilla. Oh gosh, that is very unfortunate. Stay with it. Keep it on.
We'll throw over if you Kansas City.
Or pitch out. You know, one thing on a hit and run is you're not stealing a base, so you're not going to look to get a good jump.
I'd say put it on again. You're right, Keith.
Yeah.
So you know
Roll
what?
the dice.
Nothing else working.
If they throw a pitch out, they throw a pitch out.
Of course, Turner had awful problems making contact his last time up. Popped it up. Shortstop Escobar waiting for it to come down. And that's the 2nd out. So 2 away. Quintanilla is still at first, and it's left to Eric Young. Young's been on base twice tonight, an infield hit and an intentional walk. 1 for 4. If he hit a ball the way he hit the ball in Miami, that would be a home run here, right?
Yes, it would. It'd be over
the Geico sign?
Yeah, why not? Just a double will do.
Young has not homered as a Met. Hit 1 for Colorado before the trade. The Mets 2 runs and 10 hits. The Royals 2 runs and 6 hits. As we play in the bottom of the 11th. And Quintanilla really having trouble over there. He's walking a tightrope.
Well, Mendoza's got a really good move. You don't think he would, maybe because he's such a big man. But he's got quick feet and a good move, and all the throws have been right on the base.
Young lays off, and it's up and away. Ball 1. Well, the starter for Kansas City, Wade Davis, allowed 2 runs and 8 hits over 5 innings. The Royals bullpen has now gone 5 2/3 and allowed no runs and 2 hits. That's too high, and Mendoza, who's already walked a couple, is behind on Young 2-0. Juan Lagares would be next.
I tell you what, if there wasn't a concert tonight, I'd be thinking about sneaking into a suite and sleeping on the couch overnight.
Day game tomorrow.
Yep.
That's overnight. And
Why would you have to sneak? SNY has their own suite.
You have to wait for people to get out of there, though. Maybe just curl up while they're leaving. I'd have some strewn popcorn left. A Shake Shack fry, ice cold.
Now Young with a 2-0 advantage. And he takes it wide, ball 3. Well, walk would push the winning run back into scoring position. So Mendoza living dangerously. There's a strike.
Jim Joyce still barking it out.
Might need a lozenge by the time this is done.
Your umpiring crew in the National League, Major League Baseball, you're like frowning when you see that you got the Mets series.
Young cracks it to deep right field. Back goes Johnson near the wall. It's out of here! Eric Young wins the game with his first home run as a New York Met. A walk-off 2-run homer in the bottom of the 11th, and the Mets win it 4-2. The first walk-off hit of Eric Young's career. It's a 2-run homer, and the Mets win it to snap the Royals' 9-game winning streak.
Well, no need for replay on that home run. Shot by Eric Young. Carlos Torres with a great effort gets the win. And you don't mind playing these long games as long as you're high-fiving at the end.
The Mets' third walk-off home run of the season. Kirk Neuenhuis, Jordani Valdespin, and now Eric Young with the blow in the bottom of the 11th with 2 out to win it for New York.
Fastball down, right down the middle, and he turned on it. Line drive, ball game over.
On a night when the Mets lost David Wright to injury, on a night when they had to use a starting pitcher as a pinch runner and another as a relief pitcher, the Mets find a way to win. The leadoff hitter, Eric Young, his second homer of the year, his first as a Met, and let the celebration ensue. Eric Young is standing by downstairs with Eamon McEnany. Eamon?
All right, Gary, thanks, Eric. This place had kind of fallen asleep a little bit, but you certainly woke it up. What were you looking for there with that pitch and that at-bat?
Oh, just a good pitch. I didn't want to come out of my zone. Give me a fastball, something I can handle. And, man, God is good, man. He's on time all the time. He's always on time, man. It's a great feeling right now.
After the last 2 frustrating losses in Miami and letting this one get away, how important is this win for this team here?
It was big. It was big for us. I know the emotions came down, when the captain got hurt there a little bit. Don't know the extent, so hopefully he'll be okay. But I'm glad we got this picked up our spirits.
How does everyone on that dugout rally when you see your captain go? Never gets old, does it?
Man, I've been waiting for that for a long time. That's the first time that happened to me, so I'm
first time?
That's the first time that's happened to me, so I'm excited about it.
Wow. You mentioned your captain. How does everyone else rally and pick him up when you see him go down like that?
We just got to keep his spirits high, make sure he goes through the process of getting himself healthy and, get him back out here as soon as we can.
So many twists and turns in this ball game, but that's kind of been a microcosm of you guys' season. How used to these kind of games are you guys?
Well, my wife likes to joke that we're the team, extra inning team. So, as long as we come out with the win, we can keep going extra innings, but we like to finish them at 9 if we could.
All right, thanks for the time. Go celebrate and wipe your face off. Gary?
First walk-off hit of the career of Eric Young, and thus his first shaving cream pie. Game summary brought to you by Time Warner Cable. as the Mets win it in 11 innings, 4-2. Carlos Torres, who was supposed to start tomorrow, instead works 2 innings in relief tonight and gets his second win of the season as Young delivers his first home run as a Met, his first ever walk-off hit, and the Mets win it 4-2. For every Mets win, the Mets Foundation is proud to contribute $2,500 to the Cats Women's Hospital and the Cats Institute for Women's Health. For more information, visit northshorelij.com/KIWH. This win brings the total contribution so far this season to $122,500. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by State Farm. Tonight's State Farm agent of the day is Pat Cawley of Glendale, New York. Contact Pat's office at patcawley.com. By Bob's Discount Furniture, proud to be the furniture store of the New York Mets. By Optimum, Mets games are available in superior HD TV on Optimum TV. And by Extended Stay America, the best hotel value by the day, week, or month. Book now, extendedstayamerica.com. Mets win it in 11, 4-2. They're right back at it tomorrow afternoon for Game 2 of this series. Our coverage begins on SNY tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eric Young, the hero, with 2 out of the bottom of the 11th inning. His first home run as a Met, and it enables the Mets to walk off with a victory, snapping the Royals' 9-game winning streak. Young is the hero tonight. Forever Young. A night when David Wright was injured in the 10th inning, a hamstring injury, but there to greet his teammates as they come in victorious after a 4-2 10-inning win. Now for Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling, Eamon McEnany, and our entire crew, I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for WB Mason Post Game Live.